Good evening. Well, I said yesterday, at the end of the session that, there's a possibility that it's gonna happen in the morning or afternoon today when I'm not able to be present, and so it did. But I am super happy for the two players that managed to do it. If you're out of the loop, then, well, no spoiler warnings here, as we're still following the competition. But Bren was able to finish the map first. And where's my game? Oh, there it is. And Elcon was able to do it just a couple hours later. So it's been a huge day. Hello Zartos, Dom, Toxic Man, Compatwell, Ale, Bubble, Kana, Aurelius, Enzio, Tato, 16-hour naps, Edith, everybody. Hello. Okay. So we have a lot to check out. A lot about the very final sections. Currently still, we are waiting for the third player to finish. Hazard, Lars are pushing, and also Shmaniol made it to floor 16 today. So, maybe something, but I think we will mainly focus on the top two for now, and then see if either Lars or Hazard gets a PB run going. Maybe we get also a top 3 done today. It would be kind of wild, but it's possible. Yo, Kolniak, thank you so much for the 50 months. Much appreciated. Okay, so first things first, we have this thing in the game called Ghost Files. There's a website called Trackmania.io, and it is possible that you can download these ghosts from here. So, what we will do is actually download these replays, and we can look at them in the replay editor and kind of see what that's about. It's a little bit weird, so I'm going to show this process, but first you download the replays, or the ghost files. There's actually two types of replays. One is a replay file, and one is a ghost file. The difference is that replay files have the map included. Ghost files don't. Can this work? Download, please. Here we go. So what we need to do, this is a weird process, but it works. Proven to work. So here's what we do. We open the map. And sure, we could just watch the replays here. It's possible. They should be on the leaderboard. There they are. Bren and Elcon on the leaderboard. And you can spectate these replays in the game. We'll check a bunch. I did see Elcon's run live though, but I wasn't able to go live at that point myself. Yeah, pretty much the same story for me, Biggie. So yeah, we have this full run here. And it's possible with some plugins that, we kind of scroll through this and, We can maybe tell what's happening, but we're gonna go and check the replay instead. So all I need to do here is I need to save a replay. And then what I need to do is go into the replay editor, open this. Oh wait, I need to do one more thing, actually. There's no refresh button in the editor, so I need to go here and click refresh so that I can load the ghost files in the actual replay editor. And yeah, this is a weird process, but the reason why you do this is because you don't get the map file unless you save an actual replay file. So what we can do now is we can remove my replay, and then we can import ghosts, download it, deblip 2, and here they are. We have Bren, we have Elcon. Both players here. We're not gonna watch the whole run of both. Especially Elcon's run is fairly long, but I'm mostly curious about the final moments here. So let's go back to the dirt wall, right? We can check from this point on. So basically, taking the low speed entry, the speed is wrong on the car when you do the scrolling, but it should fix itself soon. Usually it does. A lot of bugs in this replay editor. Hello Kazu. I'm looking forward as well. And yeah, so this was the run. This is the run from Bren. Getting again to the dirt wall, right? Barely staying on the wall, and then the bounce on the far end does it very nicely. That was super clean as well. Didn't go very high at all, actually. So yeah, we'll do all kinds of things, guys. Don't worry. Hello, Zika. I saw Elcon's slide. Elcon is second. So Bren got to this point. Hi, Ion. Jump to the tunnel. And then a little bit of lining up. At this point, Elcon is, I don't know where, actually. It's kind of funny to compare these two. Elcon is only on floor 14 at this point. But it's such a... I'm actually surprised that these are as fast as they are, the first runs. I would have imagined that the first finished run could be like 4 hours long as well. Hello, Ear. A lot of focusing up. So here was the last uncleared section, and Bren actually not landing sideways, but landing forwards and then just slamming the brakes. Seems to work fine. And that's a huge, huge strategy to discover. Hello, Rolly. Bren was the first, and Elcon the second. It's so much like this care into these kinds of sections. Like very, very methodical in a way. Wednesday, frag. Hello, Liam. Old Bezer. Yeah, this is Bren's replay. And Elcon as well. It is kind of brutal to get here. Also, I think the speed is permanently broken, honestly. It's like just making absolutely sure that it stays on the beam. And then this entry into the uphill. That was the like last difficult trick that we've been talking about. So just super carefully around these poles. And then you can only get the right side wheel. Bren misses it first, but doesn't fall, fortunately. Then a little bit more to the side and makes it. So, then you're on this final part, right? And at this point you probably know how close you are. It's gonna be extremely nerve-wracking. Like, you can see also, like, in the way that Bren lines this up, like, you just want to be sure that everything's working as well as it can. This jump, like, not very hard, right? And we knew that. Like, everybody knew that. No, yeah, the speed is broken in the replay editor. Apparently. Apparently it doesn't even fix itself. I think this might be more broken than it was in the previous updates. It is kind of like floor 0, yeah, but the difference is that you've done 17 floors to get here. Yeah, we will talk about the finish, no worries. Hi, Illuminati. Yeah, like here as well. Going a little bit too far, just wanting to be sure that it lines up properly. But this jump, not very difficult, as we assumed. So you just land there, and then it's time to climb again. No, yeah, it's super difficult to play a game like this with shaky hands. Especially like when plastic is so like responsive to inputs. But yeah. The pipe, the beam, nothing crazy. For a moment, let's actually if the speed is truly broken now on the replay editor. Let's enable this plugin so we can actually see the speed, the actual speed here. I did not see a tier list. Floor tier list. So dropping down from here. And then I was expecting players to stay here for like quite a while. But I feel like Bren goes pretty quickly. There's a voice like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there was the Nadio voice line, right? We'll check through that stuff too. So basically then just checking the, you know, line, I suppose. Making sure there's no surprises. Oh, Elcon made the tier list. Okay, gotcha, okay. So, at this point, you start accelerating, and the speed on the car is broken, but this is correct on the side, on the plugin. So actually not like spending too much time, testing it once, and you can bail out, like we talked about. You can test this and bail out from it. But Bren just goes on the second try and finishes the run just like that. It's like it goes very quickly. So if we look at the speed here, it's kind of wild how he tested it once and then just went. But you go over the plastic, you might slide a little bit, but not much at these speeds. It is way less speed than I thought it would be. This one was still there. And but here, now the speed actually works again. So, the speed about 283 when entering the quarter pipe. And it's decreasing. When it hits 0, then you're not going up anymore. And you need to reach this red line. Any part of the car can reach the line. So basically the map is finished as soon as the replay ends, which is when like the first part of the car hits the finish line. So at this point, Bren has 33 speed. $28, $27, $26, $25, $24, $23. Replay has 23 speed at the very end. And you know, the lower the speed goes, the less the car is actually going up. So like, yeah, it's really, really close. It's over so quickly, but it's so unbelievably close. No, you can't make it with 260 speed, because when you have 260 speed, like, you know, when you have 1 speed, you're, you know, only 10% of the speed that you have when you have 10 speed, right? That's the difference, right? So when you're going up at like 20 speed in the air, that's half of the speed ascending as when you have 40 speed. So the lower speed you have, the less you're also ascending, which means that at the like very lowest speeds you will just like not gain any height at all almost. So this was extremely close. You can't really push it much closer than this, honestly. I feel like if Bren had maybe 5 less speed on the jump, it wouldn't have worked. It is super, super close. And then there was Elcon. Finished still, by the way. So, I'm glad that's how it ended here. Elcon got to the same place. And I think Elcon spent a little bit longer. Not much longer. Not really longer, actually. About the same time. Like 1 minute testing out the lines. So, please never work as an elementary school physics teacher. Yeah, no worries about that. I didn't explain the speed well, but still, entry speed differences, they will affect you quite a bit here, even small ones. So Alcon actually almost didn't try this at all at the end, just kind of like wondered about how to do it, I suppose. Also, Alcon's speed on the car is broken, but it's correct on the plugin. You do 2 laps, some releases, and Elcon has 86 speed going into the quarter pipe. So it's a little bit more. And it's actually a pretty big difference in the final speed as well. Ghost is frozen. Okay, cool. Thanks, replay editor. Can we, like... Yeah, like, about 20 more speed in the actual finish, it seems. So it's wild. Yeah, you can... I'm sure you can calculate the speed that you actually need. But, I mean, there's... You know, now there's, like, an actual number at least that works. But, yeah, Bren did push it very close. Both did extremely well, though. 280 plus, I think, is the bare minimum, yes. I suppose you would like to push a little bit more. But fortunately, the two players who have tried that jump have also made it. So, what would have happened if he didn't have enough speed? You fall all the way to the bottom. Like, actually... Oh, no worries, Tenji. It's been a pleasure. It's been a lot of fun. There's still the third place, and then the dip is over, but we'll see. But here, if we go to this point and do a free camera. Yeah, Elcon's replay landed on floor 12. On the ghost file it doesn't show. On the VODs it does show. Like, I guess it's possible that if something, like, weird happens, you hit something here. The expectation, though, is that you fall all the way down. I think you need to be very, very lucky if you actually land somewhere else. That's fair. So... There's Bren. I think this is the... Yeah, this is the run, I think. I believe. But if you look at the way that the car jumps here... It's going to jump a little bit forwards as well from this quarter pipe. So it's going to go already... like a little bit off from the quarter pipe. It's very sort of small forwards line, but you can maybe kind of see it. It's a little bit tricky to notice, but it's going a little bit towards the center as well. The back wheels are already going like a lot forward, so that means that you will not drop down to the same place as you actually jumped from. Especially here, the car, the back wheels of the car are just like going so much forwards that it would not land clean anyway. It would probably like bounce off of this at the very least, depending on how much speed you have. So it doesn't jump like straight up. I think what can happen is that you hit this beam as you finish. So I think, well, we can check what happened to Elcon exactly, but it could be that Elcon actually finished the map and hit the beam. But if you don't finish the map, you don't hit the beam, right? Because the beam is already the finish line. If you hit the beam, then you already finish. I'm not 100% sure because, you know, Bren is going quite a bit more in. But that is the... yeah. So this is how you need to basically hit the hitbox. So the very front of the wheel, you can see the red line here. That's all you need to do. All you need to get over the finish line to actually finish the map. Here it's maybe even more visible. So this part of the wheel, that's all that's needed. And Ren and Elcon managed. If this was too low, I think it might, like, maybe it would still, with some luck, bounce here, and then it would bounce somewhere here, maybe land somewhere. But, like, yeah, most likely it goes too far forward and drops all the way down. Because the trajectory is still gonna be, like, forward. So I guess it's unlikely that something different will happen. Over 5 weeks, 36 days. And there we are. Whew. Hazard on 16. Okay, we can check in on that run, and maybe we can see the third finish here. It's been quite the journey. Pretty huge things, and we will check the VODs as well of the finishing run, just for some closure, we will say. It's been wild though. But yeah, Hazard is currently on floor 16. I think there's a lot of pressure off now. Yeah, Elcon's story is also like huge. Like, of course, Bren like constantly trailblazing, constantly pushing the map forward, finding the struts, and deservedly also getting to the end as the first player, being able to you know, keep that like dominant top position to the very end. But Elcon was the last player out of these 4 to leave floor 15. So Elcon cleared floor 15 first, except for the final beam. And then all 3 players actually went through. So Lars, Hazard, Bren all had attempts, plenty of attempts on floor 16. But Elcon just kind of got there and finished the floor. It was wild. I think for Lars it's more pressure now. Sure, it's like a lot of pressure because now there's only the 3rd place left, and that's the last podium place, and that's the last prize pool place. But here's the thing. At the very least, now everyone's aware of how to do all the parts of the map. Getting to the ending of the map is pretty rough, because you need to be the first to finish those sections. You need to be actually like the only player to figure those out, because you don't want to fail the final jump. So now that the strat is out, we know how much speed you need, we know what kind of a lineup you can get. That's good. Well, Hazard here. It would be incredible if we got actually 3 finishes in one day after over a month of grinding. We'll see. Hazard also has done so much discovery for this map and has shown so much determination. But I think Lars as well, in these last 4 floors, has shown that he is a top contender. And I think Lars kind of, you know, took that top spot a little bit surprisingly, but then was able to like get it back. So like, Lars has been doing super well too. Well, here we go. Hazard ready to try the actual wheel hang. Right side wheels on top. Very clean, not too high. And it works. Looked a little unstable in the beginning, but at this point it will not fall until the very end. There we go. Very, very clean. Virtual is scheduled to hunt the map on Sunday. What, tomorrow? That's ambitious, because we still need the third finisher before we get anything anything with like checkpoint versions or practice floors. I think that yeah, Elcon doesn't usually play maps like this, but I think there has to be something where Elcon has probably gained some experience in that area as well. I feel like Elcon just plays everything. That's what I'm starting to feel. Maybe, you know, doesn't really stream everything or doesn't really play those like very publicly, but you know, all of these players also just have, at least at some point, just played the game, right? Just loaded in a map, figured like, what is this? And yeah, they just play the game. And I feel like Elcon has probably gained a lot of experience that way. So, the event doesn't end until there are 3 finishers. And the practice floors, the rest of the practice floors and the checkpoint version will not release until the event is over. That's how it's gonna go. Very difficult section, this one, in terms of lineup. Manuel is doing really well. Got to floor 16 for the first time today as well. Floor 11 released yesterday. Do we know for sure? I mean, they haven't released them so far, so I would imagine. Maybe if it takes like more than a week or more than 2 weeks for the third player to finish, maybe they'll just say like, okay, whatever. But I feel like it would also take away from the third player's achievements if they released more practice floors or if they released the checkpoint version. So I feel like out of respect to these players and their grind that they've had so far, I think they will not release it. Lands in Hazard. Doing nicely. Shmaniel's Twitch is Shmaniel. What I know about Shmaniel though is that not really looking for the competition. Carry line works out though. So Shmaniel wants to complete the map for personal challenge. Thank you, ear hacker. Well, Hazard through into the practice wall, and we'll see if there's any practice or if we go directly in. Hazard's personal best is in the next jump. What are you doing? This might be the first ever time. Well, at least I don't have to do anything for that. Alright, so some practice looks decent, that almost gripped as well. So what you need to do here is you need to essentially have this upwards angle, and then the bounce on the end. And what you want is, you want the bounce to first stay within the wall, right? You don't want to go too high. If you go, then you will lose the grip on the wall, and you will fall down. And if you get the bounce right, that's still just part one. You need to get the grip back as well. So Hazard is going kind of like parallel to the wall, and then kind of going in an upwards angle. So one of the main challenges here is to get the bounce like strong enough, because if it's a very weak bounce, if you get it like with the front wheel slightly, for example, even if it looks like it's with the side of the car, if it's with the front wheel first, it can actually be pretty weak, and that can really hurt you as well. Well, now we're ready to go, and that practice is for a later part. Now we go through the plastic air brake, landing in. There we are. But then the tricky part, the dirt ice zoop. The wall ride doesn't seem too bad right now, but this is the one section where all players got a little bit stuck. Brain cleared this the fastest, I think. Maybe Elcon as well at the end. But even though you've had these same kinds of sections before on the map, these icy wheel dirt zoops, they are still just so difficult, depending on how they're built. And this one is very speed checked, meaning that you need a lot of speed to clear this next jump. I think Hazard might be looking for some struts. The main goal here is to take pretty low speed, for the reason that at 100 speed you get the second gear. And as you get that second gear, you are in danger of losing it during the dirt line, and losing it during that can slide you out, and then it doesn't work at all. So you want to go at low speed, basically taking only like, I think Bren in the successful attempt took like 70 to 80 speed, so you don't even need to go close to the 100 speed really. What you want to really do is just take that low speed line, and then you do the couple brake taps that you also do at the end of floor 15. Only one there. I think here you can do two as well, but getting the exit line here, that is the key to getting this well. So Hazard should be going for the same strategy here. Careful entry, 78 speed, and then trying to do the zoop here. So the zoop itself, you just accelerate and turn. Oh, we're going already. It's gonna land on the barrier. On the tree, but snow is not a good surface to land on. Not only can we not see anything, but generally speaking, on snow you can't save yourself. So the speed was good, the line not quite. Is it gonna go to the pool on floor 13? Yes. So it's possible to continue. It's still a huge run for Hazard, in the sense that now the speed has been enough. So now all you need to do is figure out how to get the angle as well. But the attempt was the best one so far from Hazard. So I think on the next attempt, it's probably gonna go and land that. It's looking very, very solid now. We can take a look at Bren's finish from the VOD perspective as well. In the meantime, as Hazard is getting back towards the top. You can really tell like how intense it is just by the fact that like this jump, I could one-shot. It's not a very difficult jump, but it's when you've cleared 17 floors before this, everything is just so scary. Never pressed my buttons so hard. I paraphrased. Yeah. I relate. You try to counter the shaky hands. But in a game like this, you can't. No, yeah, this is Bren's VOD. This is Bren's VOD. From earlier today. So what Bren was able to basically do here, honestly, like even getting this kind of a jump in this kind of a situation when you're so nervous and no one has ever done this jump before, like it is really impressive how well you can control the nerves. I don't think there's really anything really to this jump. For example, you get the third gear here. So you get the 160 speed, and you don't lose it either. You get it early enough that you don't lose it, so there's really nothing to worry about. The car doesn't jump far enough for the wall to be a problem. I feel like for the other players now that they've seen this, it's gonna be a lot of relief that we now know how they're supposed to look, and you don't need to guess it. But to be the first player here, honestly, like, controlling your nerves this much on a situation like this. Like, it still looks very, very clean. It is very impressive. And then, this we already looked into, but we can check this from the VOD perspective, the final jump as well. Going very inside on this section, and then just jumping. Not looking at the speed, not thinking about anything, just going in. And there's the finish. Top 1 world, 1 minute 6 seconds. It is pretty crazy. What a huge moment for the community as well. Being able to clear this map after 36 days. Crazy. Sub 1 minute possible? Probably not. And then there was Alcon's run as well. So there was there was the voice line as well. We can listen to Alcon's run a little bit. Huh? So yeah, you can kind of see the same thing, like also like being super cautious. And you know, Elcon we always talk about as like a player who seems to be very impatient and very sort of rushy, and you know, kind of just wants to speedrun everything. But I feel like in cases like this, we do see a different kind of an Elcon. I think Elcon is really confident when he does things that he has done before, but knows when to respect the map as well. So, you know, checking very carefully, has for sure checked everything here before. Press forward, slight turn, release. Yeah. So, It's still, you know, pretty confident. Elcon took second maybe 3 hours after Bren. It is still like super scary. Like, you know, these guys know what they're doing, right? It's still super scary to look at even these like easier sections. So Bren first place, Elcon second. Now we're waiting for third. Very cinematic shot here from Elcon as well. So then when Elcon drops down eventually, there was the
Let's go, Elcon!
there was this thing.
Before you continue, allow me to introduce a very special guest. Someone's here to share a few words with you.
Hey, welcome on top. As Iris, on behalf of the Nedio and the Deep team,
It's very quiet, but
hope
okay.
you're enjoying your flight. You have the congratulations from the Nedio team. We wish you a pleasant jump and we'll give you the last call. 3, 2, 1, let's go!
Let's go. Yeah, Hylas truly with the plane pilot sounds there. So basically, if you don't know Hylas, Hylas is the CEO of Nedio, the developer of the game. So they gave this kind of a voice line, which is kind of cool, to the map. Has been the founder and CEO since the beginning of the game. Since even before the game. As in, more than 20 years ago. Well, the rest we know. We've already seen this, but Elcon also very confident, just goes for it. It works out. It's only 1900 meters actually. I thought that the map would be a little bit higher, but yeah, 1900 I think is the height. Thought it was 2000. So I do wonder, how did Elcon fall to floor 12? Like, is it just like some things sticking out from floor 12? I guess it's like a possible, yeah, it's like some small thing, I suppose, extending a little bit. It's kind of weird, but you know, I guess it works. Super cool though. It's cool how they made all these effects as well for the final fall. It could be that the car was like turning more like flat in the air. That could be it. Maybe that's by design. Well, 2 people have finished the map now. What a day. Hazard entering the dragon? Okay. But yeah, okay. No, yeah, I guess I see, like, some of the parts of this circle are maybe at a little bit different points. Like, you know, the finish circle is, like, on this black walls sort of distance, but then you have these wall ride blocks that extend a little bit more. So I guess it's possible that if you miss, you will bounce on something like this. Or, you know, these things, which these also extend, like, towards the center a little bit more. Seems possible. But yeah, probably not something you wanna really count for. You would rather just do that final jump. But hey. God damn. It's been a journey. Not over yet. I feel like it's probably gonna be Hazard or Lars now, taking the third place. It's gonna be difficult for anyone else to get to this point, I think. Looks like good speed here, 203, that's enough. Another brake tap. Looks good. And Hazard should be through. So, yeah. It's unfortunate that, you know, someone needs to be 4th place. But I feel that all of these players have already kind of succeeded. It is so, like, astronomically difficult to get to this point. Manuel or Scrappy could easily get 3rd place if Lars or Hazard don't finish today. Easily? Like, it's a possibility, but I wouldn't say that it's at all likely to happen. Even if it takes like 2 more days, 2 more sessions, for either Hazard or Lars to finish, I don't think it's going to be like likely anyway, let alone easy. Bren was the most consistent player, and yeah, also was leading the journey the most. Figuring out so many important tricks along the way. Really, really deserved to win. Schmaniel's PB is at this point, yeah. Made it today really nicely. Getting through floor 15 super quickly. What an event it's been. Mappers coming together, players helping each other, exploring the floors, donating, increasing the prize pool and gifts, casters spending hours explaining and teaching. Big thank you all. Yeah, thank you as well. It's been a... yeah, I honestly, when this all started, I did not know that it would take 36 days to get the first person to finish the line, the map, but well, here we are. We kind of knew for a few days now that it could happen at any moment. And Bren was the most likely player, like the one who was making the most progress, was the last player to hold the world record. Bren actually, interesting thing, Bren actually did not lose the world records during floor 16. Oh, that's a little bit too shaky, but it should be in the pool on floor 15. Other people tied Bren's world record a couple times on 16, but Bren was the world record holder through the entire floor and to the very end, and is still the world record holder on the leaderboard as well. If you know, we want to look into that as well. I think that is what sets you apart from other casters, the explanations and education. Really enjoyed these insights. Thank you. I tried. Tried my best, and I'm glad if I've introduced some people into Trackmania this way. Or at the very least help them understand and appreciate this journey more. Thank you, Hurricane. DD3 might take more than a year to create. That we'll see. Well, Fortunately, the wheel hang has a pretty good recovery here. Now, again, off the side, plastic bounce, a little bit on the side. They're usually a little bit stronger if you do them fully upside down, but that works fine. Then the shrimp to the left side, hugging the plastic wall here. It doesn't cost you any speed. Plastic is a pretty interesting surface, but that is not the line. I think it was a too heavy press, but fortunately, lands to floor 14. So, really, plastic doesn't reduce your speed, but you need to remember that plastic still bounces you. So, okay, I'll do a small example. I'll do a small example of this that has nothing to do with the map, don't worry. I'm still not doing anything. Though I will say that I can't wait to actually open the map in the editor and explore some parts and, you know, because I'm really curious about some possibilities. That is recoverable, yes. Hazard will be continuing from the halfway point of floor 15. No worries. Floor 14, sorry. But here's an example. For example, I'll make this ice, and then I'll put a turn like this. So just like to showcase how unstable this can really be. So here's a plastic wall. This is like a very usual thing that you might have on a bunch of maps. So on this kind of a section, it's always super important to get clean into the plastic. And the differences that happen for not having a clean entry can be pretty devastating. Because like if I get a landing like this, or entry like that, it's super clean, right? And the car doesn't lose any speed because it's plastic. So you just keep steering through it, it's fine. But if you enter a little bit late, now it's going to bounce like multiple times. Or if you enter a little bit too early, it's also going to bounce multiple times. And when you think about this in like a smaller scale, if one of those bounces happens at like the worst possible time, it'll be a disaster, right? That's kind of like one thing that we need to remember, that even though it often looks super stable, it's really like at the end of the day super shaky depending on what kind of an entry you get. So you can get like these kinds of entries where you kind of bounce around and the car might even end up backwards, or you can get like a really smooth entry, if I can get one. I can't. That was better. Not perfect, but better. But you can kind of see like even very tiny mistakes in the entry can cause big problems. Because at the end of the day you're dealing with the same plastic. That was pretty good. Same plastic as you deal with everything else, right? So it will bounce you. It will bounce you multiple times, and then you hit it again, and it's gonna bounce you again. The wall slides are very different from like bouncing through these kinds of walls. So that's kind of the reason why I think there's these missed lines on the shrimp as well. If you do the line into the wall a little bit too harshly, then your car will not follow the wall as you want it to do. You want to kind of wall slide so the line is stable. It will actually like do exactly the opposite of what you want it to do. It's going to make the car unstable. It's going to bounce around and you will absolutely miss the line. Well, Hazard getting back towards floor 15. Oh, the bounce does work. Has struggled a little bit getting that specific bounce through. But now it works. Or maybe it was Elcon, I can't remember. But okay, let's say people have struggled with that section. Not lining up this too much, but gets the grip onto the ceiling, and the turbos will push you as you get the grip, so does it nicely. And the landing to floor 15 as well. So Hazard keeps going, trying to get towards the 3rd place finish. That is still not only a massive achievement, and I think, you know, winning, of course, is the one that people remember, you know. Bren will be the player who most people will bring up when it comes to Deep Dip 2 in the future. But at the same time, 3rd place, when every single player that has the skill to do this kind of a challenge has also tried it out, and many have given up as well. Like, you've truly proven yourself if you manage to finish this map during the events. Without the extra practice floors, without the checkpoint versions. And not only that, it's still the $6,000 or so. So, it is pretty good. Weird bounce, but we'll take it. And now the shrimp. So, clean entry is crucial. You want to go super close to the wall and then just a very gentle touch. I think we'll see Hazard activate action key 1. When you see the number 1 here, it means that Hazard is using it, or maybe not using it actually. Maybe just looking to get a straight line. Okay, activates it now. And that looks pretty clean. No, there's a shrimp and then the dragon is the dragon. The plastic thing before, that's the shrimp. Now the dragon. It could be that also 2nd and 3rd place players will be talked about more than in usual events. Speed! Oh, it's so close, but it does land. Don't think there was much room for error there. There we go. Into the pool. Oh, don't think I did, Sean. Might need to check that out. So then to the rings. Hazard doing these in the internal camera for a better feel of where the car actually is on the ring. Sort of trade off the visibility on the jumps for an increased accuracy on the actual rings. So now, 3rd gear seems to be getting so much better at this. It's 200 speed. Is it gonna go enough? Yes. And the brake tap looks good. I think early air brake and... oh... we'll have to fall. We'll have to fall. There's nothing to flip to. Is it in the pool? It's just slightly off. That is terrible. Default movement not gonna help here. It goes backwards or forwards. Neither is good. So that was a lot. Slightly losing speed in the ice entry. Wait, hold on. Hold. Wait. Trackmania physics in action. The car will always flip when any part of it is touching the water. All it needs to do is get the left wheel into the water. It's not for sure that it gets over this small sort of gap here. Oh, well, it's climbing. Is it enough? Not really possible to like change any inputs here. It has to be the forward and right. It's not a wooden wall. This is tarmac. But yeah, I think Hazard not really getting to the other direction. There's one silver lining here, is that the one outcome that's possible is that the default movement direction changes, which means the car will start going backwards. And that would mean that if Hazard can just get like over this hole, the car will at least go back and hopefully drop down somewhere. So that could be worth waiting for. Is it stuck again? No, it's moving still. Moving in a very interesting way. It's possible that, you know, at some point when you do this kind of, you drive and then you stop driving, then you drive, you stop driving, that the default movement does turn around. The problem with starting a turtle here is that you don't have space to actually go anywhere. Turtling really only goes forwards. So if you want to go, well, the car, I suppose, doesn't move like sideways usually either, right? So you need space to move forward to do a turn at all. So it's not really likely. He just takes speed to go over the hump into the pool. Right now, we can see on Hazard's speedometer that the speed is 0. So, I'm not sure if the strategy is working. So what Hazard might be trying to do is actually land on a beam below. There's... If we check real quick. Don't even have the map open. Floor 15 is here. So we are here, and there's this beam below. So if Hazard can get the car to this point and the default movement reverses, then the car would land onto this beam and Hazard would be able to drop down here and then continue from floor 14. That would be possible. So that's what I think he's trying to do. And he's pretty close now. It's kind of like a ridiculous plan to have, but surprisingly, I feel like this is pretty likely. Only needs to get the default movement to reverse. And it usually does it, like, whether you want it or not, eventually. Virtual had a moment once where, you know, he was in a similar situation where the default movement was pushing the car forwards, and then he could drive with the car, like sideways, like this, along the wall. But then Virtual went in and stopped the movement to look around a little bit, and in that moment the default movement reversed and he lost the grip. This time it would be beneficial though. How does it reverse? I think, like, this is really weird to me as well, but I think it just, like, reverses randomly when you stop doing inputs. When the car stops moving again, it will reverse. And the thing about this is that the car is very easy to move as long as the default movement is forwards, because then you get grip on this wall. So Hazard will probably just, like, you know, press forward, stop pressing forward, press forward, start pressing forward, and then, you know, we'll see. This is actually a good plan. It's just taking a while, but, you know, Hazard, no, not new to these kinds of runs. I don't know enough about dead turtling to really like answer very precisely how it's working, and yeah, you need to ask the developers. No, yeah, it's if you can save this to floor 14, it's so worth it. Thank you, Joseph, for the 4 months tier 1 also. That was a while ago, sorry. If you're still here. So, yeah, you can kind of line this up on the beam above. It's in the same position. So Hazard will probably stop here and just look at the default movement and try to reverse it by doing random things. I don't think it's like an intentional thing, but it's been here since the beginning. Okay, so presses backwards, and now we look at the plugin. And it's doing what now? Okay, it's weird. Did it immediately get stuck? Like literally on the same second. Well, it did reverse because the car left the wall. But it immediately got stuck. No, the grip loss is intentional. You want the car to leave the wall. But it doesn't seem like the default movement really went far enough. Sometimes you do get scammed on these platform edges. We've seen it happen time and time again. And yet, if the default movement has all the dots in the same place, then that should mean that basically stuck. So it's not on the wall. Don't think there's much you can do here. That is so unfortunate. The plan was super good, but yeah, the game doesn't care. That is, yeah, that's rough. I don't think there's much you can do, unfortunately. Hazard is gonna get something to eat, so we'll get back into the grind. Well, it was a good idea, but yeah. Floor 10 Lars? Gotcha, okay. Well, we can play a little bit ourselves as well. And then follow these guys when they get some runs going. Maybe I'll make I'll do this, because a lot of people are asking. It's in the comment as well. But I'm gonna do this. I will make a pinned comment. As simple as that. Yeah, I know nobody reads, but at least I can say that it's there, and you know. I know people will still ask, but at the very... Look, here's the thing, that it's like... there will be at least one person who will see the pinned comment and then they will, you know, say like, oh, cool, I got my answer very quickly and efficiently and I didn't need to type anything. So, I think it's... even if there will be some people who ask about it, then it's all good. Like, you know, it's a little bit of, I don't know what bias, but some kind of bias, because we don't actually hear from the people who saw the pinned comment and didn't ask, right? But I mean, it's not like a huge problem anyway. Please ask questions if you have them. I don't mean it in the way that I don't want to talk to anyone. Who won Bren? Can't help you there, Ham, but you can say that you guessed the quote twice in a row, and that should help, I think. What version of Fortnite is this? This is the pre-alpha version from years ago. That's actually crazy though, Ham. Is it actually 2 in a row? Oh. Didn't you actually get the... It was yesterday, I feel, the previous one. Technically not? Okay. Well, I mean, still pretty rare, I suppose. This is Deep 3, yeah, we're going in. Who is Bob Parker? We never really got an answer to that, yeah? That's gonna be the big question after Deep 2. Hi, Calisthenics. I am doing great. What about yourself? Can we now see Bob Parker's replay? No, because there's no replay. There's no run that happened. Replays only save if you finish the map. So we can't look at runs that never finished. But we know from the Bob Parker run that it never happened anyway. There's only 2 height points on the run, which means that it never started from the start line. And it never, like, actually drove to the part where it ended up. So, it was never, like, a real run that happened. Yeah, that's gonna be what we will know about Bob Parker's run. It would be actually fun to see the mappers play this map. I love it. Really disappointed Hazard didn't finish first. Yeah, I mean... Honestly, like... I'm really glad for the players that have finished, Bren and Elcon, and both, like, super deserved it. Like, I'm a big believer that whoever's able to complete the challenge that the organizers have given the players, whoever's, like, playing, you know, by the rules, going through the format, going through the grind, they deserve it. Right, so just the fact that they crossed the finish line makes them deserve it. But at the same time, like, I also feel for the players that have been putting the hours and haven't been able to finish yet. And of course they will. They will finish. But the big thing is that, you know, we have more players than 3 that are looking to complete the challenge. So I wish we could, you know, have everyone as a winner, but that's not how competitions work. And the players know this too, of course. And it's gonna feel bad at first to be like 4th place finisher. Not only are you outside of the prize pool, but you also feel like, you know, as a competitor, you weren't able to, like, win, you know? Whether that means getting the 1st place or 2nd place or anything else. But I think in some time, maybe a couple days or weeks, maybe a month, the players will, like, have a pretty good feel of this again. I think it's overall going to be a good memory, because, like, just being able to complete this kind of a challenge is such a huge achievement. Brent's finished run, true, is about 66 minutes. Oh god. Terrible. Elcon did a huge push for the win at the end. Like, he was the 4th player like 2 days ago, hadn't been to floor 16 at all. And suddenly just comes in and clears everything very quickly. Huge push from Elcon. Yeah, to me it's also weird to hear things like someone doesn't deserve the podium spot when they, you know, managed to do everything in the competition to get to the podium. That's really strange to me as well. Also, they're all winners financially too, to some degree, with the amount of viewership and subs DD2 has brought. Kind of, but I feel like as a competitor, you want to win. Like, you know, even if you go to the very extremes of, like, competitive, like, sports, for example. You know, you have, like, these professional football, basketball, whatever players that make, like, millions doing the sports that they do. They're still going to be disappointed when they lose a match, even if they know that it doesn't affect their paycheck. Maybe it does, I don't know how they work, but, you know. You're still like a competitor primarily. That's how you get to this point, because let's remember that this is like a very unique Trackmania competition, which means that all of these players that have like 10,000, 20,000 hours in the game, they've been doing these kinds of grinds in the past without any kind of a, like, external reward at all. It's all been that, like, personal achievement and the fact that they want to compete. And I think that's still, like, the primary focus of these kinds of players, which is good to remember. Sure, it's probably, like, going to be an extra motivation when a prize pool like this shows up. But I think, honestly, it's still not as much about the money or, you know, the subs, whatever, as it is about just wanting to compete and wanting to go down in Trackmania history. It's one of the biggest achievements you can have in your Trackmania career. Elcon showed his 2nd most playtime map, which he played only 11 hours. That's not true. We already know that. Elcon played Threat of Ariadne, my map, for well more than 11 hours. I already know that. But, I mean, fair enough. Yeah, the plugin... Oh, whoops. Okay. The plugin, you don't have it on at all times, and also it wasn't always a thing. So the plugin only shows your playtime when you have the plugin active. So I also have, like, missed out on a lot of playtime on the plugin because I just haven't had it open. Elcon playing TOA for 66 hours actually sounds plausible. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny still. I do understand what Elcon means. But like, also, there's no way Elcon played like Trackmania Grand League maps for less than 11 hours. It's not a thing. Even during matches, I'm pretty sure that because you play the same maps for like 6 weeks, like even during the matches, you get like probably 5 hours of playtime on most maps. So then, like, you definitely do practice them for more than, like, one session as well. So it's not maybe entirely correct. I don't really buy that, but I do buy that Elcon doesn't usually grind maps like this. I do buy that. What I know from TOA is that Elcon basically went, like, radio silent for days, not responding to like messages, not responding to anything, just hyper focusing on practice. And there's no way you play it for less than like 5 hours by doing that kind of a grind, right? Okay, that was extremely lucky. So you know, I'm just saying. But yeah, I will absolutely also I believe that Elcon is usually into like quicker challenges, and that was kind of like a big question mark as well. Like, how is your mentality going to endure this when you're not so used to grinding the same map for weeks and weeks and weeks, right? So now we have the answer, right? Elcon is super good at this kind of a challenge for sure. Yeah, Elcon did a lot of work on floor 8 especially, and discovered some super creative strats on different floors. Like, not really following the GPS, as we call it. Like, you know, someone does a strat first, and then everyone kind of copies that because they've seen that, okay, this works. I don't know if it's the best strategy to do here, but it works. So Elcon wasn't really always like that. I feel like really often, like on floor 13 as well, where Elcon just says like, okay, I don't want to do the plastic bombs, I have a new shortcut idea that I want to do. And Elcon made it work through the entire thing. So like these kinds of ideas, and also on floor 9, figuring out some new ways to do the sections. Elcon is a really creative player. I think that's Elcon's one of biggest advantages. I'm so lucky that I don't turtle this. Yeah, need to ask Murray. I'm not sure, but it was a pretty good grind as well. And what we need to... Okay, if we go to the TOA topic, we need to also remember that Murray beating Elcon's world record was harder than Elcon setting that run, because there's a patch difference. There has been ice patches after Elcon set the world record, which was Elcon's run, incredible. But Murray beating Elcon's run with the patch difference when it's so much harder to do in this current ice patch. It's also incredible. So just, you know, for context. Hello, Argo. This looks good. Nice. Ice is faster, but bobsleigh isn't. And when you lose like 7 seconds to a single bobsleigh on Thread of Ariadne, that's a pretty big problem, you know? Race for 3rd place, yeah, not necessarily only between Lars and Hazard, because Schmaniol has also reached floor 16. TOA was released in the beginning of 2021, at the end of 2021. So it is a huge difference in this patch. We've had a bunch of people like test out the ice floor, and the outcome is that it's about even, or maybe 1 second slower or so in this current patch compared to the release version. but the difference is that you need to make up the lost time on the bobsleigh by doing everything else better. So overall, you have a much harder time getting the time save because the old patch just can do the bobsleigh, and the bobsleigh is supposed to be super easy. You don't even press anything there. It's like hands-free section, right? But to make up the lost time there in this current patch, you need to do everything else so much better, and that's why it's harder. Boing. That was good. Schmaniel did catch up quite a bit, but honestly has been on floor 14 for a while now. It's really, like, the impressive thing about Schmaniel is how fast he cleared floor 15. That was like a one-shot. So, yeah, it's possible that Schmaniel will maybe find some motivation to push for the third place even. We'll see. I do know that, like, the times that Schmaniel has been here in the chat, we know that Schmaniel hasn't cared too much about the competition, just wants to do the, you know, wants to complete the map. But now there's a chance to complete the map with an extra $6,000. That could be a... something to think about, yeah? Okay. Bren won Elcon second. Was a one-shot literally? Like, no mistakes at all? I actually haven't seen the run. Yeah, of course, like, the consistency on 14 and especially 15 might become a bit of an issue. But not necessarily. What did I say? Not necessarily. I've been live for 37 days in a row now. I'm losing it. Yeah, floor 16 is very difficult. Hazard and Lars have not cleared all the hard parts though. Like the ice dirt wheel zoop and then the dirt wall ride are still like extremely difficult, right? Even if we did see Bren and Elcon have a pretty easy time on those, they're still like, it's a bit deceiving when we've only seen like a couple runs through those. So, they are absolutely failable. Sure, the main problem, I do agree, is actually getting there though. Getting to floor 16. Hello SMB. I was offline, gotcha. It should be low enough, I think. We'll take some days off after the third finish. No, I don't know. Maybe one. We'll see. I don't really feel the need. I'm just tired. You know, you can stream while tired. It's not a problem. No, yeah, I mean, even the very last tricks, and especially the final jump, like, they are very failable. Oh, this jump also failable. Apparently. Oh no. Okay. That was super close to the edge, but okay. Oh no, I think I had a gear down at the very end. Ah. Well, I'm not the first to fail that jump. It's kind of deceiving as well because it looks like such a safe landing, but you still have icy wheels when you land into the water and it makes it super slippery. Oh well. Floor gang. No, but yeah, after the third player finishes, I'm looking forward to having some mapper interviews. I'm looking forward to investigating some sections a little bit. Seeing all the intended lanes. Also probably finishing the checkpoint version. Yeah, everything will be released. Everything will be released when the event ends. There's gonna be 2 checkpoint versions, one with 1 checkpoint per floor, and then another with more checkpoints. 5 to 10 per floor. I imagine those are already done. Floor 13 is the most exciting one to see, yeah. Rage 430 is a mental nightmare now. Yeah, it's like it's already been kind of like the stress about going to sleep and someone finishing the map before you, but now there's 2 already. So only 1 podium place left, and you know, even though I'm sure everyone of these 4 players would have liked to win, now's your kind of last chance to get to the podium. At the same time, I feel like just having seen every section of the map takes some stress away about the like final jump, like how much speed you need, because now you know, right? It is $6,000 for 3rd place. More precisely, $6,493. But yeah, Bren with the 16,233 and Elcon with the 9,739. Pretty good. Pretty good. If someone told me a couple years ago that you could make 16k by finishing a Trackmania map, that would be hard to believe. The validation of the map has been done with a plugin, so it's not done in a full run by any player. Bren was legitimately the first player to finish the map. Yeah, Bren kind of validated the map. But yeah, the Wallgard hunt will be there, and there's gonna be a bunch of people starting to play this again when the practice floors are released. So how the map is validated is every one of the floors has been validated separately. So they've done all the floors as individual segments, and they've added the time together. And then they have added 25% to the total time. Cool turtle. So basically that's the author time. It's 5:4:3:2:1:0. 54 minutes, 32 seconds, and 10 hundredths. Interestingly, Bren was only 12 minutes slower, but it's still only bronze medal. I feel like they could have maybe done custom medal times. Because, you know, even the gold medal is 57 minutes, only 3 minutes between gold and author. Elcon unfortunately missing out on the bronze medal. Not quite getting it. 121 would have been. So, about 23 minutes, 24 minutes late. Sub 40 will happen semi-quickly. Curious, did you learn anything new by watching this 5-week grind? Actually, yeah. I feel like I learned a bunch about, like, some very weird mechanics like dead turtles, like how they can behave sometimes, and what else? There's probably some mechanics. plastic and why it can suck so much? No, I knew that already. I knew how plastic bounces can work. How about mapping-wise? I mean, there's really nothing... In, like, the mapping sense, I don't think there's anything on this map that hasn't been done before, like, in, like, the smaller scale. Of course, the tower structure and the way this is built, it is really new, and no one has done this kind of a challenge before. There's been towers before, but not exactly like this. But I think the actual, like, tricks and how everything's, like, structured together, that's kind of, like, standardized already. I think what I did learn about the mapping, though, is I kind of started thinking more about how to balance this kind of a map. And having, like, recoveries at specific sections and such, that seems to be super important if you want to, like, make sections more forgiving. So not only does it matter that the sections themselves have, like, a specific difficulty, but also how far you fall from them is, like, a huge difference in how hard a map like this becomes. Haven't really built, like, a survival challenge like this before, so I feel like it's really interesting to try to analyze how this all went down in hindsight. Yeah, the plastic recovery pools, but the problem is that you don't have anything else. You can't make custom water blocks, unfortunately, or if you can, it's really weird. Officially, you can't make custom water blocks. I think there might be some very hacky way, but unfortunately, we're kind of stuck with the types of pools that we have. What are you going to do next? After Deep Dip, we will... Well, we have a lot of stuff to discover. We have the desert update that I haven't seen, that I'm very curious about. We have the Finnish Trackmania campaign that I'm very curious about, because I also built for it. We have the new 1 hour tech map that I kind of want to discover too. But one thing that I want to focus on is building, like, a beginner-friendly small endurance map. So basically like a 5-minute map or so. I'll try to include, like, different surfaces and different techniques, because I think right now there's a lot of new players in the game, and I think it's cool if I can build them something new to play. And also, while we're building that, we can kind of, like, do this similar educational content where we explain how the surfaces work and how the tricks work. So it can be a good way to get into more traditional Trackmania as well. No, it's going to be like probably a 4.5 minute speedrun. And then, you know, not a very difficult map. Like, generally speaking, for example, the 20-minute map that I built, Red of Ariadne, is semi-beginner friendly, generally speaking. And you might think that it takes like hours to finish for like a completely new player, but we actually know, because there's been a couple people who never played Trackmania before and went straight to that map. And it has like ice and everything, so it's not like super easy, but with the way it's like structured and built, it has a lot of checkpoints and so on. So even if you do mistakes, it doesn't cost you too much, and there's no like hard speed check or anything. So I feel like one of the top times that I heard of that was done by like a completely new player was like 45 minutes. Their first ever map in Trackmania. So it's not too bad. So if I build like a beginner friendly, oh god, 5-minute map, I feel like it's gonna be doable in like 8 minutes for a new player. I don't want to do this recovery, honestly. I guess I can drop down to floor 0. Was pretty new when I played TOA and it took me about 30 minutes. Yeah, that's very solid. Maybe you could collab with Sammy? Yeah, I think Sammy did say something about wanting to try the editor, if I remember right. It could be fun. Maybe I could have Sammy as like a playtester or something. I'll think about it. But when immediately after the event finishes, I still want to get like mapper interviews and stuff like this done. So Lars is getting a run going, yeah? We can tune into that, probably. Osama was also making GD levels. Also, Viro, I'm booking you for an interview. There's no tier list from me about the floors. I think I'll need to do the checkpoint version before I make a tier list, for fairness. So I've played all of them. I've never tried a controller, no, so I don't really know much about it. I will say that there's some things in the game that are easier to do with controller, though. We do have action keys that allow the car to steer a little bit less with keyboard. You can also use those on controller. So basically, if I activate action key 1, you notice that I'm steering at full speed right now, but it's like much slower. Much slower steering. So it can be helpful. You can have 4 different action keys and limit your steering to 20%, 40% or 60% or 80%. So that makes some tricks a little easier on keyboard, but on controller, of course, you don't need to worry about that. If you want to steer with 50% strength, then you just do it with the stick. I'm especially curious, Viro, to see the version 1 of your floor. If it had the section that broke when you rotated the map. Hello, Henry. No worries, Camperu. Yeah, action keys with controller are still really good if you play with the rally car or the snow car. They're also like a little bit more accurate with those other cars. If Hazard and Lars end up being 3 and 4, it'll actually be 2 keyboard and 2 pad who finish the deep first. True. Keyboard is a controller. Look, alright. I will say input device if I refer to both of them, alright? I cannot win this anymore, Anomaly. Time has passed. That would be super cool to see, Viro. I guess we do wait for the third player to finish either way. This is the God run, yes. Yeah, it could be a PB. Mudda will finish, I believe. Looks to be determined to push this map still. Lars nearly on 14, okay. It's kind of wild how the race is so tight still. Yeah, I'm not sure if Granadi is looking to finish this map. Did get pretty far. But I don't know if Granadi usually, like, grinds these kind of things. Might finish, like, the checkpoint version or something. I haven't played any practice floors yet. In time I will. Yes, Valse, there will be a mini checkpoint version. Massa and Skandir have both hunted the floor records. There's also a no checkpoint version. Nice. One up version? That is literally not possible, is it? Maybe it could be. One up version is like a altered map version that people build out of the official campaign maps, where the finish line is one block higher than usual. There's no other changes. Both Hazard and Lars on floor 13. Oof. Let's take a look at 14. Hello, man. Icy Deep Dip 2 would take so long to make. It would be brutal. I will say that, you know, I also said the same thing about Threat of Ariadne Icy version, and, I mean, Voltus did make that. It was a lot of work, but it was done, so, I mean, maybe someone will make Icy Deep Dip 2 as well. Yeah, no third place yet. We're waiting. Can't you just change the materials? No. You can't. Lars dead. Okay, we can check in on Hazard again. One thing is that the map would literally be impossible. So it wouldn't be good. Oh, Hazard's still on floor 13. Okay. I'll wait a little bit more before checking in. So yeah, you would need to make changes to actually make the map finishable, one. And two, you can't just change the surface. You need to, for every single block on this map, you need to make its own custom block. The map would be huge in size. Also, there was a... Oh, Red. Oh, Red, can you add the... Do you see the emote redemption from 3 minutes ago? Maybe you can add that. So yeah, like, you need to individually select every block on the map. Like, you don't need to do the same block twice, of course, and there's a lot of repetition. But, like, you still need to individually take every block from the map and go into the mesh modeler in the game, which is kind of like the... reductively, it's the blender of Trackmania. And you change the surface to ice, you change the visuals to ice as well. So, like, you do this to every single thing. It takes so much. And then you need to place them in the right spots as well. Oh, okay, I guess I'm going. The car didn't stop. Very wide line, but yeah, okay. I'm getting a good feel for this section. Still no smoke. It's after the event. It's gonna be there, okay? Don't worry. There might be a way to make some, like, extremely complicated plugin or something that actually just automatically changes every block to ice, but I don't know if that would be possible. Hazard on 14, okay. Let me get the rest spot here. I can clear this next jump. And check that out. Looks fine. Full send. Oh, okay, that should be okay. Yeah. Dude, this wet icy plastic is so strange. Okay. It's okay, I can pause, Valze. All good. I'm in solo. Alright, Hazard back to 14, the halfway point. What do they do when making the icy campaigns? They do make a separate ice version of every single block. The thing is that when they've done those campaigns for so long, they have pretty much all of the versions of the blocks done already, and the campaigns only use vanilla blocks, no customs. So you can pretty much just recreate the entire editor set, which, yes, is a lot of work, but once you've done it one time, then you have it and you can go forward much easier replicating the future campaigns. So what happened to Hazard there is the car didn't rotate enough towards the turbo wall. The wheels need to get grip for the car to actually get the speed. But we go again. Are there any plugins for the mesh modeler to make it easier? I haven't heard of any. I feel like at some point, you know, people start using Blender instead of the mesh modeler. Very clean landing. So yeah, unless you're making something, like if you're making something complicated that would require plugins, then most mappers, I think, just go to Blender. Turn around, the wheels grip, here we go, into the pool. Yeah, Plaxity has said XTD quite a few times. That's not unusual. Tried... Wanted an invisible checkpoint. Oh, that should be... Depending on what kind of checkpoints, I can show you how to do that. Remind me after this run. Oh, actually, I'm on a run as well, on deep pivot. Remind me after this run and my run. Hello, Nebuchad. Well, Hazard done with the plastic bounces, work fine. And we go into the quarter pipes. Did you miss anything important? Okay, many people missed. Up we go. That will land clean. I think he's choking. I'm imagining. Oh, the bounce is very far to the right. Oh, it's going to miss again. Hazard, I feel, has to jump a little bit further to the left. That's what it kind of feels like. I think the last 3 attempts that I've seen, maybe 4 attempts, have all gone a little bit too far to the right side. So it needs to be a little bit closer to the actual landing, I think. I think he knows as well. Probably just like a case of lining it up a bit wrong. Oh, you did see both finishers live? God damn. I did see Elcon's finish live, so I'm glad about that, at least. Lars and Hazard are both making uncharacteristic mistakes today. This specific mistake I have actually noticed from Hazard before as well. So it's probably just like some trouble like lining up that specific bounce. Maybe he doesn't want to go too far to the left, which is also bad, and then overcompensates by going to the right side. Oh, clean landing here, and moving back towards 14 then. Just a clean quarter pipe jump. Why is it sometimes I can air brake with wet wheels and sometimes I cannot? Because it's not actually related to wet wheels, it's related to water. So the difference is that basically when you're exiting water, like this pool here, the game disables air control for about 2 seconds. It used to be a little bit longer, like 4 seconds. Now it's 2 seconds, roughly. So it doesn't actually apply to wet wheels, just the water. So as soon as you leave water here, you cannot have air control for about 2 seconds, but afterwards, whether you have wet wheels or not, you can air brake again. And like if you leave a pool and then immediately go on dirt, so you get rid of the wet wheels, you will still have that effect from the water, but it doesn't relate to wet wheels at all. It's very confusing, I know, but that's how it works. Well, Hazard back to 14, and now the turbo walls. Again, wheels need to grip something for the turbos to activate. So you need to hit these walls, or in the end, the ceiling. Do the driver's feet get wet? You know what would be interesting? If when you submerged into water, the water would fill with... the car would fill with water as well, until you drove it like upside down. And that would make like the car heavier. Play landing. I have the best ideas today. Well, back to the long one, and here we have the final turbo wall. But there's still some turbos left. This looks to work. Turtle Forcer. Oh, that would be interesting, actually. You know someone who wrote a thesis on simulating sloshing physics? Hey, get them to work for an IDO. So here, Hazard, the goal again is to go very straight, very directly. Uses the action key 1, limiting the steering on keyboard to 20% only. And now the counter steers to stop the car from rotating too much. Looks to be good, bounces work. In Discord, Hazard said, "I'm not built to be on for so long." Another porter is live for 6 hours. Yeah, there's like an endurance also to like being in front of people for a long time, for sure. Oh, landing works here. Very good. No, it's all good, Red. I feel like you probably know which ones we shouldn't take in. bounce more to the left, but this is the danger on the other side, so I guess Hazard trying to avoid that mistake. Maybe now after overcompensating to the right a couple times, now overcompensates the land to the left a little bit and clips the landing. But this is recoverable. It's better, definitely, to fail this to the left than to fail this to the right. You get to retry the same section. Viro has been pretty generous with some of the saves on this floor. Actually, Viro, did you place these yourself? Or were they done in post, so to speak? You placed everything. What a god mapper. There's a lot of really good pools also when you fall from floor 15. Well, back we go. Some fun safe routes on the old version. Did they actually end up removing safe routes for the final version? Works in CERN now. Okay, it could be that Nadio maybe can't compete with CERN. There. Oh, yeah, we're gonna do like a bunch of mapper interviews. I'll take anyone who wants to jump in. When the thing broke, don't they build some replacements because I was conscripted at the time? Yeah, that makes sense actually. It was around that time. Water pipe jump. Looks clean again. Good landing. The mapping contest was like more than a year ago. Oh, that's too far left. Oh, barely lands actually. And does bounce as well. So that'll do. Into the ceiling, gets the grip, and we go towards floor 15. Hi, Knight. Jumping through. There we are. Kuba's floor, scared of dragons. Well, we can safely say the dragon has been slain. Still looking for the third player. Finish the map. Let's see. I think at this point, from this point onwards especially, the players have so much practice on this floor. Because you drop to this point from floor 16 when you fail the wheel hang. So these sections are very, very standard at this point. Point. There we go. Yeah, I'll need to throw everything somewhere, Jerry. We'll keep casting until the third player finishes. That's gonna be when we kind of move to other stuff. The shrimp works. And we go back towards the wall. Just the line here is the most important thing. Hitting the wall at the right spot, and it works out. And into the turbo. Slows down by going slightly to the right. Turbo speed counters your momentum. So Now we go into the dragon and hope that it reaches high enough. Oof, very barely. Landing in. Bren barely finished, yeah. Elcon had a little bit more speed. Well, fourth ring here, and the final one gets it done. Just a jump through, nicely done. Doing pretty well so far. Failed this last time just barely. Seems to be getting so much better on the actual ice part of this. Just the ending and getting enough speed from the dirt break up, that is a little bit of a challenge. I think the ghost file showed 23 speed when Bren actually finished. Oh yeah, I can add the Elcon VOD to the comment as well. Well, back we go. The slide, not quite good enough. Going a little bit out of the ice slide angle there. You need to keep this diagonal very low rev ice slide angle. You want to go wide, but if you don't still go like sideways enough, you don't get any kind of a speed gain. You just lose speed. You watch it in editor? Same. I also watch it in replay editor. And I thought I saw 23 or so. 20 something, but I don't know. Maybe it's like a plugin issue or something, because I did look at the plugin only. Well, third gear again. This looks better, but is it good enough? It is. 201 speed should be enough. And now the white line braked up. The car is sideways though, and Hazard knows that it's not gonna go to the right place. Saves it. Smartly done. So now just needs to figure out where exactly to go from here. Good drop down onto the grass. It can be a little bit scary to do so with icy wheels. But we'll try to do it, it seems. Needs a little bit of speed here, but not too much. It's very easy to slide too far with the icy wheels. But lands clean. And now the drifts over the turbo. The turbo is tarmac surface, so this trick works pretty nicely. Hello mobs. Now the bounce through, and we move back towards the dragon. Beam landing. We are. Is it going to be enough this time? Yeah, looks very good. It might even be like a gear down that costs you speed. I honestly, I'm clueless. I'm still not sure what's happening there. Hi Slow Dodo, also, I'm good, what about you? What a great day. Back to the rings. Back to the ice slide, and hopefully another floor 16 attempt. Yeah, it is the soundtrack, Red. Landing in, third gear. It was very early, but the line was not quite right. Hi Gleb, thanks for the insightful cast, no problem. Do you intend to grind the map in the future and finish it? It's a bit beyond me, honestly. Like, I would be able to do it if I just put in enough time into the practice floors and everything else. I think I will complete the checkpoint version as soon as it comes out, though. Yeah, we're watching Hazard stream. I do have the restream permission from Hazard. Clean line again. Third gear. And slides through, but the line isn't right. Going too far to the right side. Fortunately, this is very recoverable. You can retry this as many times as you want. But yeah, the third gear is so important. For the reason that if you don't get it before you start the ice slide, so when you go sideways, you will get it during the ice slide. And that will destroy your speed. You will not be fast enough. So you need to get the gear 3 before you commit to the counter steer. So if you look at the inputs, when Hazard starts pressing forward and left, that's when he already needs to have the third gear. So here, gets the third gear, and now presses the forward and left. So this one looks to work very nicely. A little bit of steering in the end, but it's still fast enough. Now the landing straightens the car. I think it's enough, but it might be bounced. No. Will land clean enough. It's always a bit scary to take like any kind of a sideways line there, but it does work. Thank you, Red. Back we go. Right here. This is savable. Hazard. Okay. Doesn't even need to go to the side. Gets up very quickly. Elcon said after finishing that actually he doesn't like ice. It could be that Elcon doesn't enjoy ice in the current patch or something, but I don't think you can bring yourself to play things like the icy campaigns and such. Like, Elcon has granted a lot of records on ice maps for absolutely no reward. That will flip back. The Hazard will be able to retry this. Not getting a clean line there, losing a speed on the flip. Usually landing fully upside down for like a proper distance will flip the car back. I don't think Elcon hates ice. I don't think you can really like bring yourself to practice a surface to that extent if you hate a surface. So, you know. Well, going in, that speed is good. Oh, but lands onto the plastic. The line needed to be a little bit further to the left, and I think this is missing everything. Well, we do get to see the entire floors pass by. Floor 8 recovery though. Suppose it extends a little bit further than the others. So at least that's not too bad. Yeah, the car landed on top of the plastic, so it's pretty rough to save that kind of a line. Not the greatest save, yeah. 7 floors down. Icy Campaign did have prize money, but I don't really... I just don't buy it. I feel like people just say, like, a lot of things. Haven't seen Elcon's floor tier list, no. Hazard is not on 16. Pointed out the danger of the ledge yesterday, now we got the demonstration. Yeah, that was different though. I was thinking that you kind of like bounce from it, like backwards. But Hazard, like, landed on top of it, and then that prevents the drift from happening that he wants to do to the side. Different spot, I think. Red. It could be that the stats website is not correct. But it updates with a little bit of delay, I suppose. Elcon said he doesn't really like ice anymore since something like late 2021 or early 2022. Yeah, like after the ice patches or something. The initial ones. Or, well, maybe before as well, I guess. But yeah, like, hasn't probably always hated it. I'm out. Yeah, it's fine. We'll get 3rd place. Let's go. Here we go. Not yet, Hege. I'm still working on it. Floor 4. Here we go. I haven't under Cellini. Should I have? Height PB, but this is the actual PB as well. Okay, I need to kind of test out this line a little bit. Surprisingly tricky. Okay, that worked. Oh, hold on. I think it should... If I go sideways enough, I think... Okay. Nah, too hard to save. I don't know about this. This might be a bit bad. Well, let's see. I need to take a cleaner line there. Probably switch camera before I do that next time. I mean, it's moving. Might get stuck now, though. Even if it survives somehow, I don't know if I can save it on the turbo. I don't really know what I'm expecting to happen. I think it might be stuck. Yeah, doesn't look great. It's good parking, yeah. It feels bad to restart because the car is still like doing something, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna help too much. It's definitely not gripping the sand because the wheels are like sideways towards the sand, and that's not the way they can actually accelerate. I feel like it could, like it is the front wheel probably that's actually gripping, but yeah, it's not enough. My PB is zooming by. Okay, let's just restart. Again. Hey, right turn. Did you see the triple plastic bounce video on Elcon stream? I don't think so, no. Two identical attempts side by side. Which floor? I can check. Brent's finish was, yeah, that was a close call. Okay. The usual counters here. Oh, it's, yeah, it's like, yeah, I understand now. The thing is that they're not, like, identical, right? Like, actually identical, right? Like, it might seem like, you know, the same inputs result in the different outcome, but it's not actually the case. There's already a difference in the car angle at this point. And then also, like, I suppose, like, the point of this is that, you know, plastic is a scam, something, yeah? That's probably, like, the point. So here, there's the counter steer on both cars. But the thing is that they might not actually work the same way still. I think the reason, like, you notice here that on the left side attempt, Elcon is actually driving straight, and here it's like steering to the right on the ice still. And that might already create like a difference. Also, was there an air brake here? No air brake. Plastic bounces can be kind of like unpredictable pretty often. But it's not like a case of like literally getting like random outcomes. There's a reason why there's going to be like a different rotation. And usually it's something you can affect on your own as well. But sure, like sometimes they do work in a weird way that you can't realistically control. But like, I think... I think it might just be like a tiny difference in how it hits the ice. I think this is actually much less about the plastic and much more about ice. I feel like what might be the deciding factor is that the car might be leaning a little bit like backwards when it gets to ice on the left side, and a little bit forwards when it gets to this on the right side. So then, when the wheels actually grip, because if the car is like facing like backwards, then the wheels don't grip. So if the car is like very much like straight down, or so that the car is like, you know, front wheels in the front, if that makes sense, then you will grip the ice. So it's like a very tiny difference in the angle. For example, like, you know, if you're fully upside down, then you will absolutely not get grip, and if you're fully upright, then you will absolutely get grip, right? But there's going to be a point where that changes, where the wheels will get the ice. And I think that might be like a deciding factor of why this left side car actually ends up the other way. Because the wheels on this side kind of land like into the ice, but on this side it's the front, what is it? Spoiler bumper thing. Yeah? I don't know anything about cars. So I think that's actually what decides this. So really the big difference here happens on the ice and not really on the plastic. So this is not like a case of plastic causing the issue. It's more about the very like precise like nose angle that you get here. But I mean, it's fair to say that this is a bit of like rough to deal with as a player, of course. That's fair. I think it might actually be the intention that as you get this first plastic bounce, you actually counter steer a lot. So what Elcon is doing is steering once to the right and then once to the left. So what you need to know about counter steering is that it's a way to stop the rotation of the car. It's not immediate like air brakes. But you can do it, you can hold the steering and you can counter steer. But the thing is that sometimes you need to counter steer to the right side, sometimes you need to counter steer to the left side. So it could be that in this case doing like right, left would have been more effective to keep the car from rotating too much on its nose. But Elcon really is only like the steering to the right, and that doesn't always work. That is a very weird thing, I will say that much. That a counter steering to stop the backwards rotation, that is cursed. Because you never know, and I don't think there's any way to know, which direction is actually the right one. So doing like right, left, make sure that you will hit it at some point. Whether it's right or left, you don't know, but if you do both, then you're likely to at least stop most of the rotation. It's more effective to hold the correct rotation, but when you don't know which direction it is that you need to hold, then you just spam them too. So yeah, that's probably like the one thing that you can control here, and I think the idea is that you stop the rotation a little bit more so that the car does go more on its back, and then it hits the plastic more predictably because it starts going forwards. You can air brake again. At this point, the car is doing a front flip, so you can air brake again. So then when you've done the previous part well, you can get this kind of an angle, and Elcon does air brake, right? So this kind of a line is more predictable to get when you get that like counter steer working. So I feel like it's much less about plastic and much less about, you know, the specific section being inconsistent, and more about the fact that counter steering to stop the like backflip rotation is just strange, and I think you need to like just spam both buttons, honestly, to get it consistently. That's my take. But I mean, is it a bit unfair, and does it feel terrible to fail in this kind of a way? Yeah, sure, I do understand that. It's like just off just enough to make the bounces work in the wrong way. That's understandable. But I do imagine that Viro has tested this quite a bit. Lars 13, okay. We can check back in on 14. I think both Bren and Hazard just kind of like do this thing, you know? Flashbacks to Villa spamming on KX 188. Did I do it that much there? I feel like there was that one map where you flip like on your back on the no steer block or something, and then here, like on that map, you never know which one it is, and that is so cursed. Lars got scammed on 413. Okay. Well, we'll get some runs going. Was it always the same way? Oh, yeah, I kind of remember now, Viro. How do you make it go the same way? You just get lucky? Like, from a mapper perspective. Lars and Hazard back on the same floor. Let's go. Terrible line. It depends on which wheels leave the platform you're jumping from last. Oh, really? So is there like a predictable way to say which one it's gonna be? Like, can you actually look at how you're leaving like the previous platform and know which direction you need to press? Because I always understood, because I did investigate this a little bit, and my conclusion is that you just need to guess. Depends on which way you're steering. But you're in the air. Predictable when you're dropping off sideways. That's fair. But like when you're doing like a full backflip, like a very clean backflip, then is that when it gets like random then? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's like, there's probably a reason why it's left or why it's right. But it's probably not like really possible to tell as a human being. Hello Dip does look a lot easier compared to this stuff, but it was still kind of tough. Took me like almost 2 hours to finish. How were all these strange mechanics invented? They weren't. I'm pretty sure they're just byproducts of everything that was intentional. In the very beginning of Trackmania, from what I've heard, drifting wasn't even intentional. Players just kind of found out that it was better. And then, you know, the game was kind of modified and adjusted to support it as well, of course. But there's a lot of unintended things that players have found. Break bug, that's the one. Imagine not tasting your code. Okay, that was the weirdest flip. Alright. Never looked into counter-steering, just always did it by feeling. Yeah, fair. I mean, when there was that one Keki map where it felt like fully random, that's where I kind of looked into it a little bit, tried to understand it, and I just couldn't. Didn't really feel like there was any rhyme or reason to it when you did like a perfect backflip. Did we ever give a name to the frame perfect forward input, giving you more speed on a straight? People really wanted to call it a gorilla press. I guess it's that. So this is kind of weird. Worked out. It's because there's such a move on ice as gorilla grip. And the reason why Gorilla Grip is called that, from what I know, there was a LAN tournament called XP Evo last year, and Virtual was there, and that was actually around the time when that strategy was found out. So what Gorilla Grip is basically when you jump from one ice slide to another ice slide, you can set up the next ice slide before you actually leave ground. So during the air time, you basically skip like a slowdown that happens when you initiate an ice slide. And it's very complicated, but the main thing is that you can gain speed on the landing by doing the like setup before you even do the jump. It's weird. Okay, that was not the line. It's gonna land here. Come on. Fine then. So, the reason why it was called Gorilla Grip is because it was found slightly before XP Evo, and Virtual was also at XP Evo. So, ice players decided that it would be funny if they tried to make Virtual think that Gorilla Grip was the actual name for the technique. So that it would like catch on and then we would have the dumbest name for a technique ever. So then they told Virtual like, here's Gorilla Grip. And then Virtual makes a video saying that, oh, there's this new insane trick called Gorilla Grip. And now we have Gorilla Grip in the game. That's my understanding of how this happened. So it's, yeah, Trackmania community. In a nutshell. There was also some alcohol in play. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Who got trolled? Me. Because now I need to explain what Gorilla Grip is. It could be that Virtual did the counter troll, maybe. You did, Epic Dude. Hello. But, well, they're still third place. I just explained Gorilla Grip. Hover Boost at least is like a rational name. You know, like it kind of makes sense, right? Gorilla Grip has nothing to do with the actual move. Quantum Slides, that's a pretty weird name as well. I would prefer No Slide ST. Would be a little bit more descriptive, but you know. Now you have to explain again. Okay, speedrun. Gorilla Grip is when you go from one ice slide to another ice slide with airtime, and you set up the second ice slide after the first ice slide before the jump. And you save time. It is very odd, and I can't do it myself. Also, not really used as often as people think it is. Hazard down from 10 to 7? Gotcha. Yeah, we do say speed slide, but ST, I guess because the other abbreviation maybe wouldn't be so great. That's kind of like become normal. You can say speed drift too, though. Elcon was second. Donkey drift? Yeah, that might actually happen. We'll see. There's a difference between ST and S4D, yes. S4D is when you initiate a speed slide with a brake tap. I do not remember where the abbreviation comes from. It is... There was an explanation, I think. But it was something weird, as usual. It was the fastest time. Brent also. What does the 4 stand for? Probably 4. Like F-O-R. Named after a team? I honestly can't remember. I think some full speed players explained it to me at some point, but... It could be some team, yeah, or a person even, or something. Oh yeah, Nadio is not any better. Oh, the clubs thing makes me just angry every time I hear about it. Why did you need to remind me, Guda? So guys, you know how there's clubs in this game? Like, you know, I have a club. And, basically, in the club, you can put your own maps, you can put your servers, make some campaigns, put some updates, whatever. You can do a lot. And then people can join the clubs, and they can join those servers within the club and everything else. That makes sense, right? Clubs make sense. It's like your own page in Trackmania, more or less. But then, Nadio wanted to use a currency. Now this currency is not usually used. It's basically only used when you want to advertise something within your club. So you know how like usually when you especially have the free version of the game, you have these banners outside of the stadium and they display ads. If you have the free version, you will see ads over here, but then you also have these things, and you can actually advertise like new events and such through your club as well. But you need to pay currency, in-game currency, to get your ad here. And basically you get currency by growing your club and getting people to, you know, join your club. The currency that Nadio named for clubs is clubs. And I'm not kidding. There's one key difference, and it is that the club that you join, where you can put your campaigns and maps and everything, that's called club, right? But then the currency is called club, but with a capital C. I try to usually, like, you know, give benefit of the doubt and try to understand the reasoning, but there's just no way, right? There's no way. Even in the post that they made announcing this change, they said that we are adding currency to clubs and we will be calling them clubs, and they added that it will be confusing. Like, they literally wrote it there. If someone can find me the Hylis tweet or something that had that text, they said that, oh yeah, this will be confusing by the way, but they still did it. I just don't understand. Okay, Lars gone to bed, Hazard wants to as well. Yeah, it could be that, you know, maybe they will agree to take a break and try again next day. That is another good bounce. I just don't know. I don't understand. Like, you know, usually I can understand like what they tried to do even if I disagree with the choice. Oh, you found it? Let's go, Lawrence. This is a... Oh yeah, this is the... Yeah, here it is. Oh god, no. Here it is. Here. So this is a post from 2021 in March. So what they say is that if I tell you coppers and planets, of course you will know what I'm talking about, which you don't know, but these are currencies from the previous games, right? Wait, I think I have it. Okay, dark mode, much better. Dark mode plugin, alright. Okay, better. So coppers were used as a currency in the older Trackmanias, and planets were used in Mania Planet, which was Shoot Mania and Trackmania 2. And they were currencies that you could use to, like, upgrade your servers and stuff like this. It was always, like, a bit of a weird system, but you would, like, gain planets by, like, logging into the game daily and stuff like this. So kind of like an in-game currency. There wasn't ever a way to buy the currency with, like, real money. You would just only accumulate it by, like, playing the game. And it's the same with clubs. You can't buy them with real money, but it is still something that you get by, you know, growing your club and such. So, if I tell you coppers and planets, of course you know what I'm talking about. And now you will know what are clubs. Yes, it will be confusing, but we will get used to it. Smiley face. So in order to provide services to clubs, lowercase c, there is to be a token system enabling the clubs to access these services when they are limited. Amount of clubs, capital C, will depend on number of registered members in the clubs, lowercase c. And then they say, yeah, that's how the confusion starts. So just name it something else. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop. They're literally just trolling. They're really just trolling. I don't know how many clubs I have, but it's quite a few. Let me check real quick. Trackmania.com. No, this is, by the way, yeah, this is very old news, but, you know, just, it's already been like this for a long time. Club. Oh, not that club. My clubs, but these are the different clubs. Okay, so club and SP Villa. In the club admin part? Yeah. Okay, I have 2,697,790 clubs in my club. I get like 6,000 daily, it seems. Yeah, I don't know what I would do with them. How much did it cost again to like do an ad? I feel like I could probably run some campaign ad for the rest of my life. Clubs is an in-game currency that you can use as a club owner, where you can put in-game ads into these big banners for people that have them on. For example, like if I enable these, I can show you. So I think where would it be? Profile? Yeah, display ads on the in-game lines. Confirm. And then we can check in on, like, you know, campaign maps or whatever. I think it should play them, like, on these. Maybe I need to restart the game? Like, that's what they're supposed to be for. Or maybe they just don't play anything in Finland. Could be very regional. But basically... Wait, oh, it didn't save. Oh, I guess, yeah, okay. Alright, well, let's try again. Maybe I clicked the wrong button. Yeah. So now we have, like, you know, track of the day, for example. So you can get your club ads for these kinds of signs as well. And you pay clubs to do those. It's a kind of a weird system, but that's how it works. You know, here's one. So original of the week, Sunday, 8 p.m. So that's kind of like a club that's organizing this competition, and they pay clubs, capital C, to get these ads into this. So yeah, you know. And you also get them here, apparently. Put up a screenshot of the announcement, doesn't it? I think they do check the ads before letting them in. Gorilla Club would be a better currency name. And it's crazy. Crazy that that would be the case. So the lowercase is the club that people can join into, and you can host your rooms in. And then the capital letter C, uppercase club, is the currency. Yeah, makes total sense. We'll start doing them again next week. Baltus, I don't know what you asked exactly. Who decided this? Well, I mean, Nadio, the developers of the game. I don't know who exactly came up with the idea. Yeah, I guess I haven't even thought about it from the, like, perspective of, like, programming. Could there be a question to the programmers here? If you think about some, like, absolute extreme reasoning, could there be a reason why they have the same word on both? No? Okay. Not any kind of database or anything. Okay, yeah, alright. Probably the opposite. We'll just call it copper and an alias when it's displayed. Yeah, that might be how it's done. Or maybe it's called like planets that was in the previous game, you know? A lot of this game is based on Mania planets still. I think they used like even Shoot Mania, which is the FPS game that they made, as a basis for some like netcode stuff. It's good. You'd like to spend trophies for ads? That would be kind of interesting, yeah. There's no use for trophies. They're essentially like a temporary... Think of them as like skill points. You don't keep them forever. What am I doing? Really? Okay. Okay, that's a restart. Trophies, essentially... Okay. They are basically... Maybe I could have watched it in-game as well. But you have this, you know, ranking page. And I have one trophy, but actually it's quite a few more. Yeah, so I have one trophy 7. And then, you know, 70 trophy 6 and so on. And I have a 14 million points or something. It's top 1000 world or so. So basically this is just like a point system, and yeah, I think they last for a year. I could be wrong though. So essentially by playing like official campaign, or if you use like if you play Truck of the Day or Cup of the Day, you can get trophies depending on how well you place. And the better you place, the better trophies you get as well. Yeah, so it's a year, yeah. I guess it's like a way to basically keep the leaderboard active in a sense. But the thing is that I don't think anyone really cares about the trophies, because there's no like way to look at the leaderboard as far as I know. Maybe there's some like website where you can look at the leaderboard. But, like, I wouldn't know who's top 1 or anything. Scrappy absolutely has more trophies than me. Scrappy is probably like top 5 in the world. I think Down also. Down is also like top 5 or something. Because Down wins the Cup of the Nights so often. There's really only one reward, in a sense, that people care about, and that's medals. gold medals and author medals in the campaigns and Drugs of the Day and everything. So those you get by beating specific times on maps. Air Down has most trophies? Yeah, makes sense. Hobbit and Shadowcrancer in top 3. Makes sense, they hunt the campaigns a lot. You can't use medals anywhere, but they are nice to look at. Not Gorilla Medal, that is not a thing. Champion medals are, yeah, with open planets. It's a community-created plugin. There's like an algorithm, basically, that calculates champion medals for Cup of the Day maps, for Trucks of the Day. And also the official campaigns and some big community projects. Probably not Deep Dip, though. So far, Bren has beaten the bronze medal on this map. These trophies are very confusing and even annoy me because I don't understand them at all. Yeah, it's like... It should probably just be like skill points. Even if the skill points were like a weird number, at least they would give you like, you know... kind of like a reference point. Like, you know, if you get like 1 million skill points, it would be kind of cool, I guess. Even if you don't really understand how much that is. That was not great. There's really no way to save this, is there? I think just here. Hazard back on 12, good to know, thank you. Well, we'll see, maybe Hazard can get the run. Possible. No, yeah, the red turbo, not just being a red turbo, but being an ice red turbo, that's the worst part. There's really no reason for it to be ice at all. Except to Pepe point the player. We'll check in on Hazard on 14 again. You know what, maybe the community at some point will make a plugin that works as like a more cohesive skill point system than the trophies. I wouldn't be surprised if someone's planning that. You'll name your firstborn Gorilla Child? I don't know if that would be possible. Not sure if that would get accepted. The concept of trophies doesn't sound too bad. It's just that, like, I don't really know, like, what the trophy 8 really means, right? What I do know is that you can only get certain trophies out of certain places. For example, like the very highest trophy you can only get by like winning the campaign or something, so it's like very exclusive. And then, you know, the gold trophies, otherwise you need to get like top 1000 in the campaign by the end of the campaign or something. like your total ranking. So there's like things like this that I remember, but it's hard to really understand the full system or memorize it. No, yeah, it would be a lot of work to design a plugin like that and try to reward like different kinds of things. Maybe it would need to be like community specific. So like every different style has a different different system. Not again. I don't think there's anything below, right? Yeah, not really. There's actually a plugin that gives you hats. It's a thing. I already have it. Here it is. Where is it? I guess it's only here. Enable hats. Okay, you can get this thing at the back of the car. That's kind of cool. Use top hat. It's kind of, you know, in some sense a little bit hacky and a little bit weird, but it's sort of cool. You can use cat ears also. Oh yeah, so this can like move it to a different point. I don't really know how this works. I don't really use it. But it is a thing if you want to use it. I can make the... or maybe Red, if... did you have the Elcon finish? I can add the vote link to the comment, or maybe Red can add it as well. Yeah, it's only for you personally. I don't know if you can see it if both players are using it, the plugin. Hats plugin is called Hats for TM 2020. Just search for hat. How's Hazard doing? Still on the run? Paused on 13, okay. Cool. Good work. There are also ways to like change the actual model of the car. but they are not like officially supported. I don't really know how it works. Like, it used to actually be a completely normal thing in the older games to be able to change your car. Like, you know, the 3D model. But not anymore. Okay, let's check in on Hazard. Getting to floor 14 again. In the very beginning. Oh. Shout out on cooldown. Here we go. Back to these sections. The Vero floor, the turbo floor. Very scary beginning to this floor actually, but we didn't end up seeing too many people fail that. And these turbo walls are pretty fair as well. Working pretty nicely overall, but of course there's the couple tricky sections, especially at the very end. Quarterpipe jump, not so easy. Need a clean landing, good speed, clean line. That's a good landing. Hi PC coach. Then the speed and the longest part of the floor. Just need to get into this turbo wall. Rotate the car enough. Looks good. We go into the pool. Surprisingly consistent, these turbo walls. They look very weird, but generally speaking, if you do things right, you will get the right outcome as well. So now into this section that we talked about a little bit earlier. The straight line is essential, but also you do want to do the counter steer. So if you look at the inputs that Hazard is doing, after the ice bounce especially, or before even the ice bounce, Hazard is steering a lot like left and right usually, kind of like tapping them both a couple times to make sure the rotation of the car stops here. Left, right, left, right, left, right, holding brake, and it works. So because there's really no good way of telling which one of the buttons, left or right, stops the rotation of the car when it's doing like a backflip. You just press both, and it works. Now the quarter pipe looks good, but might land upside down. This is savable though. Hazard not new to this. So just around in a circle and against this wall. The reason why Hazard chooses this wall specifically is because the geometry on the other walls is not good. Very difficult to actually flip the car on those because it's not a flat wall. The bounce, that works really nicely. And then into the final jumps. Looks good, looks good. And just a clean line here. Hazard not really lining it up too much anymore. Trusts the turbos to push the car. Floor 15 again. That's what it's gonna be. Kuba's floor. I think Kuba's waiting for the chance to get to finish the map as well, but one more player has to finish it. Bran did it first earlier today. Elcon was the second. Don't think so, busy coach. Then again. Here we are. And then the bounce looks to be enough. Then into the shrimp. Slight wall hug, stabilizing the line. It looks good. Will bounce at least once, but it works fine. Almost on the dragon. Wall bounce, no issue. Then we go up and hope that the speed is enough. Good landing. The line is clean, and the speed looks to be good as well. We go into the rings. I think there was about 3 hours between 2.5 hours between Bren and Elko. Was fairly close at the end. Hello, Kendo. Here we go then. Into the rings. Jumping through. Now the final one. Clean landings. Just the final jump. Works out. Hazard reaching those magic numbers. The 2 hour run. Not wouldn't be the greatest position on the leaderboard, but all you care about is the finish, I'm pretty sure. Speed is good, 204, and now just the brake tap. Very wide line, and it's a little bit too slow. Tries to save it. Is it gonna land on the grass or miss it? Slightly miss it, floor 14. Oh no. It is a little bit off. In hindsight, probably would have been a better option to just keep the car going. Oh, can't even save it on the floor 6. It could be that Hazard is also done for the day. Lars already went to sleep, so Hazard could also get some rest at this point. Could be a good choice. Get back in the morning. Well, who knows? Hazard is on a 7-hour session, so it's quite a bit. Maybe he's gonna continue. We'll see. Guessing that Hazard will get some more runs if he does continue, because the consistency on these climbs is really good still. But Harley getting to floor 16, that's the big issue. This being the big issue. Why don't players go for the pool if they don't quite have the speed and can't stop in time? I mean, yeah, why don't they? Well, 2 reasons. One is that you need to make the decision really quickly, and if you've, in the split second, feel like you can stop the momentum of the car entirely, then that's the safest option. It's still possible that, like, you do need very specific speed to jump below the next platform and then also land into the pool. So it's kind of hard to, like, do that, especially when you're kind of unprepared for it. You don't really usually fail it in that way, so you don't really have practice. Might be harder to go for that than it seems. Ren did finish the map. Do you think Hazard will finish today? Who's to say? I don't know if Hazard knows. Is it possible? Absolutely. It's kinda, yeah. I also missed the Walter Guard run live. I did catch Alcon's run at least, but... I mean, it's kinda sad to not catch it live, but at the same time... It's been such a long grind, and it's not reasonable to catch every single run from every single player, especially when the sleep schedules and stream schedules of all these players were so different. So, yeah. I kinda understood that it could happen, so... You saw both? Oh, that's very cool. Maybe we'll catch the top 3 though. Tune into Brent's stream for like 10 minutes before you finished after being on vacation for 8 days. God damn. Sounds like Brent waited for you. Woke up 15 seconds after Brent finished. Oh. But yeah, at least Alcon kept going right after that. I mean, at this point, I'm just glad that they finished, right? That's too high. Okay, what? Okay, it's gonna flip back up, yeah. I can't keep getting away with this. I'm very much not confident in this. That looks good. Barely. It's tricky. Okay, bit close as well. Would never forgive someone for waking you up for a Trackmania run. Not even deep dip 2. Oh, that's super far. Okay, am I gonna... No, I'm not gonna go for this. Hold on. Yeah, I really like the player Twitch avatar at the end as well. Nice touch. No, it's actually easier to chain this than doing it from 0 speed. That's why I'm chaining this, because it's easier. Such a like natural line into it. And you don't need to like worry about not having enough speed. It's also really weird to just start these slides on this wet icy wheel plastic. Oh, I overcorrected. Maybe? Oh, okay. Am I gonna wait for the wet icy wheels to go away? I guess so. So the code and the sprite sheet for the confetti. Oh yeah? Where did they post that? Takes so long to get rid of wet wheels. dirt and sand get rid of wet wheels immediately. Or very, very quickly. Oh, it is in dips plus plus. Okay, interesting. I mean, of course it is, yeah, but I didn't realize that you can, like, extract those. Makes sense that you can. The author medal is, yeah, not beaten yet. Not even the silver medal is beaten yet. Okay, seems like Hazard is really going for this today. There we are. No, yeah, the speedruns will go much faster than the author medal as well. I think a sub 40 will happen in maybe a couple months. And I feel sorry for floor 13 maker. Oh, you absolutely shouldn't. If you're thinking about the shortcuts or something, because they are 100% intentional. Plaxity basically trolled us all with floor 13. If anything, I feel like Plaxity should feel sorry for the players. No, I actually really like the floor 13 design though. It's cool that we have like a pathfinding challenge. Eclipse. Has anyone beaten floor 13 without the shortcut? Elcon, kind of. By accident. Tried to go for a shortcut but failed it, so was forced to do the ice plastic wall ride. Really want to see the easiest way. I think Plexity probably has the fastest way to show us, but probably not the easiest way. I think the fastest way is still like probably pretty difficult. I feel like what the players ended up doing might actually be the easiest way. Oh, that was kind of close, yeah. Yeah, Elcon obviously doing a bit differently, but I think the plastic bounce was probably the easiest way after all. Could be wrong, maybe there's something. Oh, this should bounce. Wonder if the first Elcon cut was intended. Oh, you mean the wall ride skip? Yeah, I guess we'll need to ask Plexity. I would imagine that it is. But who knows? I feel like there's probably very few like unintentional cuts that the playtesters didn't find. Maybe there's some that weren't intentional in the beginning, but then playtesters found them and now they're, you know, part of the floor essentially. Getting better at this jump. far, maybe? Oh, okay. A bit lucky. I do need to improve at this jump though. We'll see what Deep Dip 3 brings. I don't think they will try to like one-up this challenge unless they kind of maybe change the format of the event as well. Okay. That was a bit close to the edge, but I'll take it. Yeah, I've theorized some cuts as well that I'm excited to try, and also Hazard has theorized a shortcut. Manuel has theorized a shortcut. I feel like there's like 7 ideas for extra shortcuts that could work. Oh, come on. Shmaniel, I don't think pulled the shortcut off. Tried it once, and it didn't work. And I don't think Shmaniel tried it more. I could be wrong though. Undersaline, I've seen you post this a couple times now. I'm not sure, like, what I'm supposed to do. If Janik wants something from me, he will message me, okay? Oh, that's too far. Oh. Oh, almost landed. I think I need to be a slightly slower there. I'm going a little bit too fast. Hazard already back to 10? Okay, okay. They could change the format for Deep 3 entirely. Like, I'm kind of excited to see what they come up with, what kind of ideas they might have. You expected Lars second? Yeah, I think very few people actually expected Elcon to bounce back. Like, if I asked 3 days ago what the top 2 would be, I think most people would say either Bren, Hazard, or Bren and Lars. Because Elcon wasn't even on floor 16 at the time. But, just like that, was able to catch up to the others very quickly. It could be really cool to have like a completely different like floor template, but I'm not really sure. I would need to think about that myself as well. I'm sure that Sparkling has already thought about all of this a bunch, and you know, I'm not gonna backseat Sparkling on what it should be. But there's probably some cool tower formats as well, with like different floor templates. That could be really, really nice. Yeah, it's definitely difficult to, like, see Bren and Lars finish and then keep your old runs going. One, because you missed out on the first place, and two, because you missed, you're kind of like, it's possible that you miss out on third place as well, right? So you just need to try to keep focus on the gameplay. What about the player having to go down the tower? It would enable shortcuts a lot. Like, it would be very difficult to plan that out, because it's much easier to drop down and skip a few floors than, you know, somehow fly up and skip a few floors. What was the hardest floor? Probably 16 at the end. But I think 11, like, out of the ones that players, like, needed to grind, I think 11 is probably the most problematic floor on the map. Okay, I'm just going with this. Surely it's enough. Yeah. Quick question, should there be a checkpoint on the planet dings on floor 15? Yeah, in the pool, I think. Or you mean during the planets? Well, am I gonna decide this now? A lot of responsibility. How many checkpoints do you have on that floor otherwise? Is like one per section? I feel like one per section would be the most consistent solution. I feel like it's fair that you would need to do the rings all at once. If the checkpoint is right before, then surely you can get enough repetition on the rings to get through them. I feel like even in the checkpoint version, maybe it's good to have like a little bit of tension on the final ring. If there's like a checkpoint right before, then you kind of just brute force it, I guess. I would probably not put a checkpoint during them. You'll probably not put a checkpoint between the ice and the dirt zoop either, right? Because otherwise you would need to place some turbo or something. So if the next section is supposed to be chained, I feel like you can keep the rings chained as well. Price pool is a bit over $32,000. There will probably be a reverse deep dip version, by the way, which will be like 20 seconds long, where you just drop down from the crown into the finish line. Like, people really like to make altered versions of maps, so if the mappers give permission to build those, then there will be a deep dip to reverse as well. And that will not be very difficult. Change sections stay chained, so you could respawn on the planets. Yeah, I just feel like you don't really stop on the planets. So I feel like it's okay. Like, if I'm considering like the balance of the map, the biggest question to me would be like, would the planets become like a choke point in that version? But I feel like the next section is still like harder for anyone who's able to get to that point. So I feel like it's fine for like difficulty that the rings need to be chained. The ice light dirt zoop will definitely be more problematic to almost everyone, I think. DD2 upside down. That would be interesting too. I guess Hazard is still on the run. Also, okay. Lore order reversed would be interesting, but so much more work. because when you reverse the finish and the start line, that's gonna be like 2 minutes of work. Twelve floors should be max. But here's the thing: the players did finish, so I feel like at this point we can say that the map wasn't too difficult because we have players that are able to finish the map, right? Wouldn't that kind of like seal the deal, right? If the players all gave up before finishing, then we could raise the point like, okay, maybe the community isn't ready for something like this. But I mean, they finished. That's a terrible line. Okay, that one didn't work. Onto the ice. Of course, upside down every time. Yeah, it was just very punishing, and it was a long grind, but it wasn't like too hard. Like, you know, it was still an incredible moment seeing those players finish. So I feel like the event did what it wanted to do. Show this very difficult grind and reward the players that were able to withstand the frustration and all the difficult falls, having to climb from floor 0 all the time. I feel like it did what it needed to do. I think everything worked. Yeah, if you think about it from like an entertainment standpoint, I kind of get that it was very repetitive for a while. Not in these last few days. It was kind of intense actually, though, through the entire week, I think. Especially after Brent's first run through the dirt wall ride. Don't think just because Bren and Elcon were able to finish, it doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't too difficult. But it's sort of meant to be this challenge map for very few people, especially during the events. Like, you know, kind of like Deep Dip 1 is only finished by less than 15 people. I think Intax actually finished it as well, Deep Dip 1, very recently. It's, you know, supposed to be like a brutal challenge to see if the players actually go through it, and they did. So if the map was easier, I feel like it would just be finished by the same people, maybe a couple more, but it would also be less rewarding for those people. Yeah, Intex finished today even. Very recently. It will definitely be a memory for life. And you gain the respect of the community as well. Yeah, like, sure there were, like, burnouts and frustration and stuff. But with these, like, Bennett VOD type experiences, the towers that have these ridiculous falls and everything, I feel like it's part of the experience, the intended experience. Maybe not literally burnout, I don't think anyone wished for the players to burn out. But, like, you know, the frustrating falls and then having to climb back up again, that is definitely part of the experience, right? Bren was so disrespected before the event? By whom? Or Elcon? Bren is literally world champion. Hazard entering 14. Okay, okay. Let's check in. Let me get a safe position here. Yeah, Virtual probably wasn't too happy to drop out either. The reasoning was completely understandable. But at the end of the day, Virtual will get back to this map for sure. I'm expecting to see Virtual back in this during the summer. Trying to practice with the practice floors and the checkpoint version. Here we are. Oh, it was joke about gaining the... Okay, gotcha, okay. No jokes allowed here. Let me ban you real quick. Oh, here we go. Back to floor 14. Hazard still going. What do you mean finally? Oof. Halfway through already. Done with the beam landing. That's an important section. Yeah, practice floors. Riot, or actually, if you can confirm, are the practice floors already like ready to go and stuff? And the checkpoint version? That shouldn't be like a too big of a leak, would it? Yeah, Bren honestly did so much. Not only in holding the world record, but like discovering strats and understanding the map. Huge effort from Bren. And Elcon as well, really creative with some of the sections, trying some shortcuts that no one else did. And, you know, I mean, you can compliment all of these players at this point. Lars and Hazard have done a lot as well. Both have held the world record multiple times. Hello Hiko, not yet. Into the quarter pipe. Tricky landing, works perfectly. Sparkling W said something about Netio map editor changes would mean it would take a bit longer to get the checkpoint version out. Oh yeah, the wooden walls again. Oh, that lens. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, just the ceiling turbos remaining. And we go into floor 15. Lands in. And lands in. And now there's one important thing about this run, which is that it's reaching those magic numbers right now. 2.5 hours, that's where Hazard usually pops off. And we're going into floor 15. 2 remain. Getting the speed here. The jump to the left. Hazard really wants a clean landing. Elcon usually goes, or went, with these attempts. Elcon usually didn't really care too much about whether the back wheel would hit the beam or not. He would just go. I don't think you usually get a landing penalty there. But this time, Hazard gets the clean landing and will jump through. Well done. $1,600 meters. 300 remain. Landing onto the ramp. Now the spin. Bounce looks very good. jumping through as well. So we keep going. The wall hug on the left side, we'll hope that it's clean enough. A little bit of a line towards the side there, but it does work well enough. Almost at the dragon again. Couple sections. Now to the beam. All of these setups at this point are very standardized. All of the players using the same setups to get the exact right amount of speed. Starting a little bit more on the center of the beam here though. That seems to be a worthwhile change both Elcon and Hazard did make, and it does work. Gets through the dragon jump, and we go into the rings. Yeah, so about the dragon, it's not the entry speed, because Elcon has done it with both 275 speed and 276 speed, and also failed it with both. It's something specific about what happens in the dragon. I'm not sure what. I don't know if the players know. Well, left wheels in the wrong side of the ring, but you can get them back. Need to be a little bit careful not to fall off, but Hazard manages to do that nicely. Second last ring, perfect landing, and the last one looks to work. We go into the ice slide. Again, getting the third gear before you commit to the ice slide. That is not quite enough speed, not quite the line. Can you please explain why top runners keep switching camera to see from the nose of the car? It's basically because when you do these turnarounds, the camera doesn't follow exactly behind the car. And when you drive on this ring that's barely the width of the car, it's more comfortable for some of the players to use this like internal camera, as it's called, so that they make sure that they're on the center of the beam all the time. Especially if you use camera 1, the camera lags behind so much that it can be harder to like estimate how you should turn the car. When you're used to playing with this camera here, it can be easier to get the line very precisely. The slide here, not happy with that one, so we'll again go back to the plastic. Lars said it was about landing flat on the uphill on the dragon. Maybe. Maybe. It seems to be like a very tiny thing either way. Back we go. Landing. And the slide. It goes a little bit too far to the right side. It's a slightly better... It's about 200 checkpoints. Gotcha. Is the map getting ready? Do you think it's... when do you think you'll be able to ship it? $200 checkpoints sounds very generous. Yeah, it's like, what is it, 11, 12 checkpoints per floor. Back we go, sliding in, and this looks better. 200 speed, that's all you need. And now the brake tab, straight in the car, looks perfect this time. Would be a much easier landing than last time. And now the jump to the floor 16 looks to work fine. And here we go. Final floor of the map. No airtime, and now avoiding the plastic a little bit. Jumps very far to the left compared to the attempt before, but this time it will work. And we're on the wheel hang as the timer hits 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Hazard seems to want a little bit of practice here. Tomorrow should be doable. Okay. Sounds good. So the actual trick is to the other direction, but there's a practice section here where you can get your muscle memory up. And Hazard is choosing to do that. Towards the end, I feel like players were doing this much less. They were just kind of directly going to the trick, maybe doing one warm-up attempt and then just saying like, okay, whatever, and going for the real thing. But Hazard wants to be sure that the strategy is correct. Maybe wants to clear it a couple times in a row. The trick here is to get a very special speed into the wall. So basically, you don't want to go too high, you don't want to go too low. You want to be extremely clean with this entry. That's all that it's about, and Hazard gets it. Very nicely done, very clean. And now the exit has been figured out a long time ago. Just press forward and it works. Really all about the entry. Actually staying on the wall is not complex. You just need to press forward. We keep going. Here you need to just set this up very carefully. Want to make sure you're as close to the right side wall as possible. You can do this with press forward, but we've seen players do a small right tap at the very end of this. Those are just making sure the line is as precise as possible. Careful setup. Straight forward. There it is. No right tap. Works fine without it as well. Keep going. This jump, not that much easier, but Hazard gets it. It's always very close, but fast enough for Hazard this time. And we keep going towards the practice dirt wall right. We'll see if Hazard will get some attempts in there. But first, over the first beam, under the second one. A very scary looking section, but actually didn't end up being much of a problem at the end. Very careful input here from Hazard. No reason to rush. So now has to make the decision. Practice, or do we just keep going? The practice is actually available as well. So it is a little bit of a risk to go for it, but of course, if you feel like you need that practice, maybe it's worth it. Last time I saw Hazard here, it felt pretty confident, it looked pretty good on the practice start wall, right? This looks like we're just continuing. Taking a bit more speed. No, 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 still going. Just likes to take more speed for this, I suppose. Well, gets it first try. So that is the turnaround. That is what you need to do in a little bit. But to actually continue the map, you need to do this quarter pipe turnaround. And now we're going for that. Jumps around, and now just clean lines on the plastic. Using Action key 2 on the keyboard. Limiting the steering to 40%. And now this is again an equal personal best. Last time Hazard landed into the tree. Wasn't unfortunately able to save that line. Did manage to get the jump. The speed was definitely enough. So just needs to land it slightly to the left and it's going to work. Elcon is on keyboard. Hazard also on keyboard. On this map doesn't matter too much, but it can be a little bit easier to do these very precise aiming things on controller. Bren is on controller. Lars also controller. Well, Hazard taking the time. Probably looking at the strats again. This one has been figured out pretty well by Bren and Elcon, but still no one else got through this part. What you need to do is you need to get less than 100 speed, usually like 70 to 80 speed. You do the dirt zoop, the same thing as you do on the ending part of floor 15, but this time you want to do a full U-turn. Your speed mainly comes from brake taps again. Here we go. So you don't need that much speed at all. Definitely not from the very back of the platform here. Somewhere from like here looks pretty good. Then the brake taps, hoping to not slide out. And then you hope that the line is good. So here we go, 75 speed, slides out. But this is recoverable. Brake taps on these dirt sections are very weird. I don't know if anyone really understands them fully. Even a little bit less speed. This looks like a really great line. It will land on the ice as well. Hazard will be able to slide up now. Just needs to carefully make sure that the inputs are correct. And makes it to the next beam. So Hazard on a new personal best. Very close to the dirt wall ride. When you get through the dirt wall ride, then we can seriously talk about finishing the map. But this is one of the hard parts of the floor. One of the hardest parts of the map. Bren and Elcon, honestly, got through this fairly nicely. But we have a very low sample size to really look into. A very difficult section. Even if our top two players, the two players that have already finished this map earlier today, have made it look kind of easy. Yeah, it's like 3 out of 4 combined Bren's and Elcon's attempts. So this is the wall right. There's still a beam that you need to go through. So, around these flags on the left side. It's very scary, but careful lines. Just tapping forward very carefully, no issue. Now we're here. You go on the lower part first. Try not to go too high, try not to go too low. All of your 4 wheels will need to stay on the dirt. All of them need to stay. Then there's the turnaround. The turnaround that Hazard practiced earlier. Hazard absolutely knows what to do, has seen other players do it. The problem with this section is that there's absolutely no recovery. There's nothing at all that you will fall down onto. Floor 13 is the closest floor below. And that is not a great floor to land to because of all the weird shapes and crystals that you can bounce onto, so... Here we go. Lining up. The entry works, and Hazard is through. Now the turnaround. Setting up for it, trying to go low on the wall right before it, and the bounce. It works! And Hazard gets the grip very barely, but that's all you need. And now the flip through. Right at the end, and it works as well. Hazard will get a perfect landing onto this inverse quarter pipe, and is ready to continue. Now jumping into the tunnel below. Two hours and 47 minutes on this run. I think about 8 hours on the session for Hazard right now. It's been a huge push from all the top 4 players. Lars is done for the day at this point. But Hazard keeps going. 92.9% on the completion. But the height, that's not so important anymore. There are 3 more sections on this floor before the ending section of the map. First, the jump to the tunnel. Then taking speed, getting the jump onto a narrow platform, watching out for too much speed there. And then surviving the final tunnel before floor 16 ends. First section. When you're this high up, anything becomes scary. Hazard. Finding the line, making sure it's going to be correct. Jumps through, lands it. Back wheel clips the fence a little bit, but it works fine. And now might be watching the strategy on this next section. Watching for the lines. We can quickly do the same as well. So the goal is to drive through the tunnel, land on the dirt, and then slow down here. You don't need to turn sideways like we first thought. You can land forwards as well. So the goal is to land on this platform and then use the distance of the platform to slow down. Hazard checking it out as well now, probably done watching the VOD from one of the other two players. So, just checking the line, making sure that he can use some visual cues on the ground, on the ice block, to focus on. Not much room for error in this drop down already, because there's this beam on the left side and the wall on the right side. Very careful from Hazard. Lining up on the wall. Might be testing this line once or twice, that's been pretty usual. No, we just go. We just go. Hazard gets the speed. Oh, clips the landing. Is it gonna fall back to floor 16? Yes, it will. So there is fortunately this platform right below. Even though the landing doesn't quite work, the run is still on floor 16. Back we go. Done these parts before, they are so difficult. But Hazard lands this tricky jump again. Now into the uphill. Between the beams again. Does land it, a little bit of a shaky line there in the air, but does work. Now we're back to the practice wall right. I think Hazard will probably just go in. Try to do the plastic jumps again. This looks like the dirt wall right line. Wants to practice. Getting that peace of mind, knowing how to do this, but it works really nicely. Again, to the practice. Oh, no, actually. Just taking a little bit less speed for this entry, it seems. We go to the plastic jumps. There we go. Lands it nicely. Now the difficult dirt zoop again. Managed to do it for the first time just a couple of minutes ago, but now unfortunately needs to do it one more time. Approaching the 3-hour mark. Throughout this event we've kind of joked how Hazard's runs seem to go past 3 hours, even 4 hours sometimes. Saving the run on so many different sections. The half an hour dead turtles, where the default movement slowly moves the car off a ledge somewhere. And, well, would be poetic if this run is just like that. Strats are there. Knows how Brain and Elcon have been doing this. And the setup. 72 speed. Looks to be good. Oh, but the line is too far. Car's rotation, unfortunately. Not possible to save, and this will drop back down to floor 12. It was possible to save. You will be able to continue. But it is an unfortunate fall, for sure. Bren also did need 2 attempts on the on the run that he finally finished, or on the section that Hazard just failed, I mean, before finishing. I don't know what I'm saying. So, Hazard not alone in making that mistake, but that being one of the very last sections of the floor, it surely must hurt. But at this point, Hazard has had an attempt on it, and it's so important to build that muscle memory, kind of build that understanding of how it works. We'll follow how this run goes now. Clean landing. Floor 12 very much figured out. Was cleared very fast, faster than any of the following floors. Floor 10 and 11 also took longer to collectively figure out than floor 12. Then we go into floor 13. It was a tough one to figure out the route for, but Hazard knows exactly what to do now. There's been a very standardized way that some players like Alcon didn't really feel like doing and found their own shortcuts through this floor. We will see, eventually from Plexity, what the intended strategies were, but before that, one more player needs to finish the map. Into the pool. We keep going. Just careful lines here. But I think at this point, this floor has been practiced enough. Into the wood section here, very high turn rate. Need to be a little bit careful with that, but gets through it nicely. And then the shortcut that was found by accident ended up being an intentional shortcut. Most likely anyway. In the beginning, a lot of people were feeling bad for the mapper because of a shortcut being found, but since then we've learned that there's a little bit more to this floor than what you first see. There's still going to be many more shortcuts that players haven't found at all. Many have been theorized. Not many have been tried, as this route here has been working fairly well for the players. So then the plastic punch, line up carefully, and a late air brake here. Stabilize the car. Perfectly works. Exciting maneuver. There's the map. Into the upside down plastic then, and the bounce into the pool. Oh, this is too slow, but it will fall to the pool below. Yeah, we can feel bad for Rioter and Doondy instead. Those floors did have shortcuts. Back we go. Carefully lining up this again. The air brake looks to work. Bit of a wall bounce there, but it works out. And again to the plastic, hoping for a little bit more speed. This looks clean. It will end in the pool. Wet plastic. Need to be a little bit careful, but works fine. And we have officially also passed the 3-hour mark. Still a bunch left to do on this map for Hazard. But maybe that's a good first step. Slightly slowing down, landing clean as the plastic. There's a hidden pool you want to skip there, and Hazard does so nicely. And this pool, not very hidden, and this one you also don't want to miss. It works fine. And then into 14. Perfect entry. You want to hit that pole as well, because there is a gap between the wall and the ice there. It's a little bit tricky to see, but it is there. You'll need to ask about the prize pool distribution from the organizers, Chris. Here we go then, back to Vito's floor, back to the turbo walls. Still quite the climb ahead, but wouldn't probably be a bad thing to have that be the last time you have to do the floor 13 during this event. But still ways to go, of course. Back to these turbos. Wheels have to clip or grip the walls for the turbo to take effect, and then it just pushes you, backflips you against the wall. Seems fairly consistent, no surprises there. Now the quarter pipe needs a very clean landing on the other side to get enough speed for this beam landing. Looks to be clean enough. And now to the platform. Quarter pipe. And the final turbo wall lines it up correctly. The wheels get the grip and the car gets boosted into the pool. Into the plastic bounces then. Straight line, careful forward line here, and now the counter steers to make sure the car doesn't rotate too much. The first bounce, second bounce, both work. And then the quarter pipe jump. Very similar to the floor 8 quarter pipe jump, but this one is much more difficult. You start the line from the side and you also need to jump to the right. Getting the wet wheels gone on the dirt. Then trying the jump. It looks good, and Hazard is landing it. Had some issues with this next bounce earlier today. It's going for it though. Landing enough to the left, and the bounce is perfect. Getting further and further. Now just the turbo ceiling, and we're back in the dragon floor. Turbos push you upwards, and that lines up with the wall or ceiling. Car has nowhere else to go. Goes into the pool. Final jump. Works. This first section you can farm, and Hazard might do that if the first landing doesn't work, but it does work. We go straight on to the 1600 meter mark. All of these sections you have so much practice on because of all the wall hang mistakes. The bounce, oh no, the car is not the right way up. It might land onto the grass, but upside down. Oh, well, manages to turtle a little bit further, but I don't think there's anything directly below. Going to go all the way to floor 10. Seems to maybe hit on the dirt, but yeah, not many ways to save this, unfortunately. And absolutely nothing below. And eventually lands onto floor 3. Well, seems to be going again. Suppose Hazard is determined to keep up the grind. Might be looking at the progress from Lars and deciding that, okay, now or never. Not new to these falls, of course. Has happened before. And at this point, probably hard to give up and go to sleep when you've been so close to the finish. So close to the end of floor 16. Well, we'll see. This could be that 4-hour run then. We'll follow it again as it goes further into the map. Was that a plastic bounce scam? No, the car just didn't rotate enough. The car was like too diagonal. That was the problem. So yeah, not really an issue with plastic. It was an issue with the flip. You need to do the flip very late so that you can flip the car like properly upside down, and then it's gonna bounce well. If it's like sideways, then you need to kind of rely on luck, whether it gets like a good enough bounce or not, and that was not good enough. Because the car will bounce ultimately, it will bounce better with, like, I suppose the helmets than the sides of the wheels. Close up on the dragon. Absolutely. It's great. I will get some hydration in the meantime. I'll be back in just a moment. Alright. Here we go. Ville, I'm not sure if you talked about this before, but yesterday I think Bren was talking about game ticks during the dirt ice flick. He thought that the corner was so sharp his drifts would get affected by his tick. He then opened another map to showcase this. It was a map with a lot of turbos at the start, then some airtime, and the car lands on a big square to the right, where you immediately have to drift a 180, which clearly shows some ticking behavior. Yes, bug slide ticks. Wait, did Bren actually show Kaki Reloaded 157? What a horrible experience. No, look, it's fine. It's just a very luck-based map. Was it KR 157? Let me fail this run and I can show it again. But yeah, so I'm not sure how bug slide ticks work. I'm not an expert on this. I do know that they exist. It was a Kagi map? Okay. It's probably... I mean, it could be like 50 different maps. There's so many bug slide maps. I've built Kagi maps with bug slide. Here's the thing. So, I actually have 2 maps with bug slides. Out of 4. So, one thing is that bug slide ticks I don't think have anything to do with the game ticks. So, bug slide ticks... essentially... Okay, I can't explain this without showing a bug slide. Because some people probably have never seen a bug slide before. Oh, it was a 0-turn map. Okay, interesting. Well, then I might not know it. But it's very easy to show, like, a bug slide in the editor. It's a pretty different thing. I'm not really sure if the dirt, like, ice dirt wheel zoops, I don't know if those have the same kind of, like, ticks. But it is possible. Oh, I can show core, actually. Because on core, I needed to deal with this. It's a very cool section. Okay, whatever. This is still a very public version, so I'm not showing anything new, unfortunately. It should be this. Look, the actual versions, actual current versions, I have hidden behind like 5 different folders so that I don't leak them on purpose or by accident. I'm very careful. But here is the route. This is a big map that we are working on with Big Thirsty. And some others as well contributing. This takes about 21.5 minutes on a clean run. Also has 2 separate endings that you can choose from and stuff like this. Big map, okay. But there's a specific section here that I took like 10 hours to create. That I wanted to show about the bug slide ticks. So we're gonna go from like here, so we get enough speed. I'm terrible. Better. Haven't played this in a while, this level. This is the final level. It's kind of like plastic and speed tech. So all these drifts, some plastic sections, and we also do have a wet plastic section here, where you build some speed, you go on the very right side, and then carefully take a line, not stropping the gear. And now, if my setup is good enough, I should be able to do this section. It's an intentional shortcut, and it's very wicked. So basically, you don't have to do this part. But you can, if you want. So the normal way here if you just want to, you know, not throw away your run, is going through here, and you know, you kind of do the same sections as what you've done before, and there's the next checkpoint. But if you want to save 1.5 seconds roughly, you can take a bit of a risk and go for this section. My angle is terrible. But yeah, it does show the bug slide ticks. So you go here, and you turn around, and then you do a bug slide to the other direction. That's the checkpoint. You do this around 18 minutes into the run. It's a little bit tricky. But it's very wicked. There's a reason why this took me like more than 10 hours to create. So if you look at this, you can notice that the car is not like having like a clean line through, but it's kind of like having ticks. So it's kind of like, you know, if you look at the helmet, for example, it's like a couple concussions here. It's like shaking, basically. If I save this replay, this is called a bug slide. Basically what you do is you turn the car sideways, and you just press accelerate, directional input, and then you press brake. You hold all of them. That's basically it. You do the same move at the end of floor 3, for example, on Deep Dip 2. So if you look at that in slow motion, you'll kind of see the ticks. And it is possible that, especially on like very, very fast bug slides, like 1000 speed potentially, the ticks are far enough apart that it actually matters like which tick you exit the bug slide on. So I needed to care a lot about that. So if we just look at this in slow motion, you'll notice that it kind of like gets these small like pushes. It's kind of hard to see even at 10% speed. But it's not like a continuous line necessarily. So this is 1% speed now. So it's kind of going to like push the car a little bit to the side, if the replay is accurate enough. Is it even possible to see here properly? Might be really difficult to see here, actually. Maybe I need to build like a 1000 speed map. Okay, yeah, it's a bit too hard to see there. I think if I just get 1000 speed in Bugslide. Yeah, it's easier to see at normal speed, but it will be obvious in the replay as well. I guess the replays might be a little bit accurate. That should do it. It's not gonna be 1000 speed, but I don't literally need 1000 speed. We can do on grass. That goes a lot higher. I think I need a smaller ramp actually. Let me do ice ramp. And then one here. I could use stadium grass true, but oh well, this will work. That should do it. I mean, you know, let's just play it safe here. So turn sideways, and so yeah, at higher speed it's very obvious what the ticks are. You can kind of see these like snaps. So these are the bug slide ticks. At lower speeds, I suppose, especially like below 400, it's gonna be harder. So, sometimes it can be important to care about that kind of stuff. I don't know if it would be important on like a dirt ice thing. But yeah, very obvious here, right? Found the Brent clip? Okay. Oh, it's an ascension map, okay. But yeah, you can kind of see the like sudden speed boost sometimes, and this can like affect how you want to exit a bug slide. There's some maps, some like cases where you can only exit the bug slide to like 2 or 3 different directions. So you need to like exit it at the right time to get the correct exit, because otherwise it always like ends up kind of following the ticks. So there will be like some angles that are essentially impossible to hit because of the ticks being so powerful, especially at higher speeds. You also notice that the ticks actually increase the speed by quite a bit. Not at these low speeds, but at higher speeds especially. When you kind of land here, you can get like 40, 50 speed from one of these ticks. It is kind of ridiculous, ridiculous technique, but yeah, unsure how important it would be on DD2, because it's a very low speed thing, and it's not a bug slide also. Like, I understand that the brake tap kind of makes it closer to a bug slide. It's maybe like a different sort of speed boost where you get like specific line after it. But yeah, I didn't think about that at all actually. Could be that it's actually very important there. Yeah, Hazard's still going. What's the floor? Yo, Marmok, thanks so much for the 1,000 bits. Very much appreciated. Thank you for your cast during the last month plus. It was and still is great to watch and listen, even for someone who doesn't play Trackmania. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. I've tried to create a way to showcase this event that's understandable, more understandable for new people as well, so glad if it was successful. Thank you so much for the 1,000. Much appreciate you. I did not see Elcon fall in Shallow Dip, but I did hear that Elcon tried Shallow Dip after finishing Team Deep. Do you think Lars or Hazard will win? I mean, who knows. Hazard is now closer. Managed to do the dirt wall right, but unfortunately failed the section afterwards, just like Brent did on his first attempt. I mean, currently, Hazard is the only one of the two playing. Hazard floor 8. Got it? Thank you. Oh yeah, the floor 4. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because it is on the left side. I was actually a little bit surprised about that too. Even if I never played the ED2 version before. Definitely deserve the support alongside the contenders. Thank you, Cap. Appreciate it. Okay. Alright, that worked. At this point, I'm kind of feeling that it's gonna be between Hazard and Lars though. Like, people have been asking like about Scrappy and Schmaniel. Even though Schmaniel made it to floor 16, I just feel like the experience that these other guys have on floor 15 will likely be a bit too much to catch up to. But I guess it's maybe possible, you know? Who knows? But I know that Schmaniel hasn't been really thinking about the competition, just wants to finish the map, so that also, like, matters. If it's still the case. Because Lars and Hazard will absolutely prioritize this over anything else right now. Schmaniel might not. I have no idea what this is. Very weird. Okay. Works. Maybe I'll get third place with this run. Okay, that was the worst line I've ever had. that did not happen. Close though. Close to getting to floor 16. When they released the training maps, then people can get experience really quickly. True. They said they would after 2 finished. I'm pretty sure they're gonna wait until 3 finish. Because at the end of the day, the event ends when 3 people have finished, and now that we have 2 players pushing for it, like non-stop, I feel like it makes sense that they would wait. Watching counts as learning the map? I don't know if it does. I feel like I'm still completely lost everywhere. Never said after 2? Yeah, I don't recall either. I feel like maybe if it somehow took like a month for the 3rd player to finish, maybe then there would be some compromise, but otherwise, yeah, no chance. Yeah, I think floor gang is like 9 meters or so. Would be possible for it to be at 0 meters, but you would need to... Actually don't know how the plugin works. You would need to probably build on the stadium ground, or maybe even 1 block below. But maybe, yeah, actually true, but I don't know that if that's actually like underground. But we can check. Where was it? Here? Here? Yep. This is 18 meters. And... okay, it's 10 meters. 8 meters here, yeah. That's the stadium grass. You would need to build underground, which is possible. You can remove the stadium grass and build below. Was it minus 0.1%? Good progress, good progress. Yeah, I actually thought the crown would be at 2,000 meters somehow, but guess I could have done the math from the 50% mark. Maybe the very top of the crown is... I don't think it's quite high enough. Probably gonna be like 1950 or something. But it is kind of difficult to build any higher. The map base most likely has 255 blocks height. So that would be just about 2000 meters or so. And you don't want to necessarily build like at the very top of it. It's difficult to do what you want to do if you have the ceiling there. No, the physics don't break until, I guess Zertrov did estimate that. And what Zertrov said was like 100 kilometers. So the physics really do not break very easily. You need to go extremely far from the actual building area. This might work. Good. Actually, the map that I just showed, the endurance map that I'm building, it is a little bit higher. I think that would be maybe 2100 meters. It's a different map though. You go down instead of up. Not really a similar map. It also has like a lot of checkpoints. You can't build too far underground, like it's very difficult to build more than like 8 blocks underground. So, usually easier to build up. I mean, I guess it's possible, but it's probably harder to do. That's gonna go off. Oh, bounce. Okay, this is weird. Let's just try again. But I mean, it's possible to create like custom map bases that are very high. Like at least 2000 blocks I think works. That's blocks and not meters. So it would be like maybe like 8 times the size of this map. So like if you want to build tower maps, you will not run out of space. You will run out of players before you run out of space. Just a little bit tricky to build maps higher than 255 blocks. You need to do some hacky strats to get the map base to go higher, but it's possible. Thank you, Toxic. Hope you had a good stream. No twist. Is there a horizontal limit? No, the same way there's no horizontal limit. There's a practical limit though. So you can have like a 2000 times 2000 times 2000 map base. But the issue with big map bases is that they are so painful to work with that you don't really want to go like past like 500. Even dealing with like a 500 times 500 map base is super painful because placing blocks becomes very slow. Essentially you click on the click a block onto the map base and it takes like 1 second for it to appear at some point, and it's very slow and painful, and it's not really sustainable to build maps like this in that kind of a way. Of course you can build all the floors separately, which is also what they've done here, but you still need to do a bunch of stuff here, so it's kind of painful. Hello Whistle. You could say there's been progress, yeah. Exactly, Voltus, yeah. So you guys need a better editor? Did anyone ever try to build one? No. Like, there's been hex editors that people have used, if those count. So, you know, you can kind of change the hex values of blocks and do it that way, but like a full editor experience? Nah. The editor is good. It's just not, like, you're not meant to build maps like this in Trackmania. That's all. Don't turtle. Well, that wasn't any better though. Because it didn't technically turtle. Okay. Yeah, I mean the Trackmania editor works really nicely for what it's meant for. When you get used to it, you know, there's some weird stuff about it. And definitely not every part of the editor is perfected. But like for the most part, if you just want to build like normal 1-minute maps, you're fine. But when you try to build massive maps that go like to custom map bases and you need to kind of break the editor to get everything to work, that's kind of rough. Elcon finished second. What did you build for Finnish Trackmania campaign twist? Ice map, I guess. Shit. That... I think that looks worse on you, Kendo, because you organized the campaign. And, you know, published it. Surely you could have... could have told something. No spoilers. Thought it was gonna be good. No, surely it's good. I think people have really enjoyed the campaign so far. I'm looking forward to discovering it. Floor 11 has been released as practice. Could you maybe try it? I think I'll wait for the checkpoint version. And then I'll try to do the checkpoint version fully. Finnish, surely everything is ice and snow. You'd think so, but there's really only a few Finnish ice players. Like, you know, we do have a bunch, but not more than other countries, I feel. Oh, come on. There was a TLTD with 15 Finnish players in Div 2, okay. I mean, we do have our moments, I guess. Dude, what is my problem with this jump as well now? Come on. Weird to me that the editor is in-engine, that seems unnecessary. Like, it makes it easier for newbies. But it's not what the map editor should look like. I mean, you kind of answered your own question about why it's like that. They want to make it approachable. They want everyone to be able to build their maps. Because, think about this. Trackmania absolutely relies on community maps. Like, the game doesn't really exist if you don't have them. One of the biggest things in the game, the track of the day and the gov of the day, only works if there are 365 community maps every year that are like high quality. So they really kind of push towards this kind of community aspect where anyone's able to improve and build maps and it's not intimidating to get to. Hazard floor 14? Okay. What's your goal on this map without practice floors? We'll see. Maybe I'll do the checkpoint version before anything else. Would be kind of cool to reach floor 6, and I don't think it would take me too much time. Okay, let's check in on this endless hazard run. Let's see. Floor 14 has been reached again. So let's take a look. It's getting close to that 4-hour mark now. Really wants the 3rd place. Oh. Also, like, yeah, it's pretty important that the playtesting is very easy. You usually place like 1 or 2 blocks and then playtest. Getting the beam landing looks good, very clean. Someone who has been playing for 2 years now, the map editor is not approachable at all to me, so confusing and nothing is clear. It's not really in Nadios, you know, it's not their forte to build intuitive systems. But it is approachable in the sense that, you know, you can place blocks in the grid and you can build like a pretty simple map fairly easily. And then, you know, when you get to like custom items and such, like, sure, there's a lot of things you will need to know. Luckily, the community is very approachable in that sense. Clean line here. Again, the counter steers and air brakes. Oh. Slows down and the car flips on the dirt. The line, I guess, wasn't quite clean enough. I suppose it wasn't centered enough. It has to be very, very straight. So we go again. Fortunately, lands onto the same floor, not far behind. But yes, for example, just like a conservative estimate for mapping, I think like 75% of mapping time is usually playtesting for like top mappers. Landing in, nicely done. So yeah, it's very important that you can playtest like very quickly after placing a block. So it's good that the workflow is there. Back to the quarter pipe. And now getting to the wall doesn't quite grip it, so go a little bit back again. Needs to rotate the car a little bit more. essentially the wheels need to be able to drive up the wall. If you're very sideways, then that's not possible. Getting rid of the wet wheels before committing into this recovery way. It would be nice if this run doesn't get to like 6 hours or something. And then finish, because it wouldn't appear on the leaderboard. There's a thing in this game where very long runs don't appear on the leaderboard. Jumping through. And the landing works. That's true, Rioter. I agree. Into the long part. And then the turbos work fine. I will say though that it does help if you have like a bunch of plugins in the map editor. Definitely helps if you know which plugins are helpful. Here we go, again, making sure the line is clean. A little bit more centered than last time, so the car doesn't boost to the side at all. Well, looks good. And the bounce and the counter steers, the air brake, everything smashing the whole keyboard at once. We land into the pool. Now the jump. Is it going to land? Well, difficult jump, this quarter pipe. Seen it done many times, but initially it was a very difficult one to figure out. This bounce now lands to the left and jumps through. Very clean. This part, no issue, and we go into the turbo ceiling. Then the landing, turbos, the pool, there we are. Floor 15, go back again. For I don't know how manyth time on this run. Jumping through, first part, oh, it's very much on the edge, but works fine. Getting a little bit more speed here than Elcon, for example, but the line works fine as well. And now the flip that didn't work last time, this time it seems to rotate enough. You really want it to rotate at least partially upside down. Then the wall hug. Looks to work. One bounce, small bounce. Works fine. Everything is working so far. Need to get back to floor 16 again. Into the dragon part. Been a little bit shaky for just about everyone. Everyone trying to understand what exactly is required here, but well, Hazard trying it out. It looks to be enough speed. More than enough. And then it's the rings. Uses this internal camera here. The second one works. Third one, difficult landing but manages. Fourth, no issue. Fifth one, and now just a jump through. Well done. Back to the ice slide. Getting the third gear here. Setup very much standardized at this point. It was a very tricky section to figure out, and Hazard might need another attempt here. No, go straight through. Now the zoop, the brake tap, straightening the car. It's a little slow, but air brake early and hoping for a good bounce. It will land on all four wheels this time. No more turtles, no more bounces outside of the floor. We land and keep going. And then floor 16 landing, very clean. We go again. On the Edge is the name of the floor. By Jumper 471. And on the edge we truly are, all the time on this floor. The loop keeps the grip and the landing. Works fine. We keep going. Now the wheel hang section. See if Hazard wants to practice this. Seems to want to practice a little bit. It's been a while since Hazard last was here, so gonna be a good idea to check out the line, make sure you have it in muscle memory, and also remember exactly what the setup needs to be. Can't go too high, can't go too low. Both wheels need to get on top of this beam. If one is lower or one is too high, it's likely not going to work. Seems to have found a way to go kinda high on this wall, honestly, and still land it nicely. I feel like Hazard is doing maybe the like highest jumps that still managed to land. I'm not sure if there's something to it. Maybe it's just a very clean sort of like rotation on the car. It's very parallel to the wall, so maybe it doesn't bounce as much if it drops down. Well, here we go. 3 times in a row on the practice. Now needs to do it 1 time on the real thing. Maybe for the last time. Lines up, goes in, and it lands. Hazard has done this 3 times in a row, I believe, on the real thing as well. The landing here has been figured out. Let's hope. This one, press forward line. You can literally press forward this, but you need to figure out a very precise setup for this. You need to try and find a line that goes as close to this right side plastic, as close to it as possible. Hazard already was past the dirt wall, right? On this run, but failed the same jump as Bren failed on his first attempt after that. Let's see if it works. Hazard maybe taking a small break here. Maybe, you know, grabbing some hydration or something. In a 4-hour run, so some breaks seem necessary. What's the max time for a session? For the run to save on leaderboards? It's not really a specific time. It really depends on like the replay file size most likely, so it would depend on the map. On a map like this, I'm not really sure. But it's somewhere between like 6 to 7 hours usually. Maybe 6 to 8 hours if you want to be a little bit more careful. So, at the moment... Hazard needs to clear this jump. It's going to always be super close. Then jump through here, land here, jump into the tunnel. It's always going to be super close as well. And then this one, always going to be super close. You jump between the first and the second beam here, just like so. And then Hazard might practice the wall ride or might go directly into the plastic. And after clearing the plastic, that's kind of when the run... That's when it gets, like, very serious. Because just clearing that next dirt ice zoop, that's gonna be a big moment. Hazard did it already on the same run. Did get through the dirt wall ride as well. But after clearing the dirt wall ride, there's really only 3 things left on the map to do. There's the next jump that Hazard failed. Then there's the final tunnel, which looks pretty innocent in, you know, comparison to the dirt wall ride, but is a bit scary. The car barely gets onto the uphill there without falling down into the void. And then there's the final jump of the map. So, after clearing the plastic jumps, low speed, brake taps, getting the line, Hazard has failed it once going too far to the side on this run, has failed it before as well, but has also cleared it once on this very run. And then up here, this beam seems to be fine, then the dirt wall ride with the turnaround, landing here. And then into the tunnel, that would equal Hazard personal best. Possible, Tal. Possible. We'll see. Again, lining this up so close to the right side wall. As close as possible. Then just the press forward line. Hope that you manage to get the right line there. But wants to check it one more time. And good thing he checks, because it didn't work. This is a patience test, more than anything. So, as long as Hazard doesn't clip this wall, we'll go and land it. We keep going, we keep going. Maximum speed from here. Then the landing. Small release. And landing into the tunnel. Is it enough? It will barely bounce up. I don't think there was even 1/3 of the car landing onto the tunnel, but somehow it does bounce to the right direction. So now, above the first beam, below the second, there's a small bounce you can do on the first one. To the right side. Works, just saving with the eye slide. Works well. So then, just a very patient line onto the beam. And Hazard can either practice the dirt wall, or can go to the plastic. See what he decides to do. Maybe one more practice attempt here. Making sure that the strategy is still working. Bounces through, gets the grip. Very solid. So now, maybe going in, jumping through, and hopefully getting another attempt on the tricky dirt ice part. Turn around. Action key 2 to get a little bit more precise steering, and the jumps work. Here we go again. 4 hours on the clock. Once more. The action key you can see on the bottom right, there's a number that appears here. Hazard has a plugin that shows the number of the action key. So the main thing to avoid here is the second gear. Seems like Bren and Elcon found success on this section by doing it with very low speed, essentially keeping only like 70 speed or so. And then going into the dirt, couple brake taps, and then getting the crucial part correct is going to be so important. And that crucial part is getting the angle towards the ice uphill. You need to not only jump from this ramp, you need to actually jump a little bit to the left. Hazard saying that he doesn't know what he did wrong last time. Yeah, I wouldn't know either, honestly. Kind of looked into the diagonal line. Hello, HHR. I want to say that I love your content and you as a person. Thank you very much. Glad to have you here. Here we go then. So, not taking full speed from here. And keeping the speed below 80, it seems. Not getting that second gear. 70 speed, the brake taps, and we go already. But it's not enough speed. Not enough speed, and it will land somewhere on floor 13. Not exactly. Floor 9, that seems to be the floor. I guess the big question is, does the run continue? Hazard is on a pretty long session. Does seem like Hazard will continue. Wasn't really a clip. Pretty sure it was just a slow line. Like, it just needs a bit more speed. I don't really know if there was anything that happened wrong, really. I feel like it was just slightly too slow. It's a tricky section. Just somehow needs to get like a little bit more speed. Get the... like the line was good. Yeah. Well, we'll check back in on that run when it gets to the 14-15 range. I mean, the slowdown can just happen when you go into the plastic, but that might always happen because the ramp is kind of weird. Might have been slightly too diagonal into the ramp. We did check through both Bren and Elcon in the beginning of the stream, so... my PB is on floor 4. It's in the beginning sections there, but it's already like top 200, which is not too bad. Out of like 30,000 or so. It will not register the run. The run will not show on the leaderboard, Bagalis. I would imagine that as long as the stream is fine, that it will count. I don't think you need to have your run on the leaderboard. Like, everyone knows that this is the case. Interestingly, like, I remember actually contacting Nadio about this, like a couple years ago, and they seemed to think that it was a bug. They seem to think that it's not related to the file size of the replay, but I don't really know. At the very least, it's not fixed, if it's a bug. You guys think Elcon would have finished if Bren didn't? I mean, it's hard to say. Can't really... Can't really check what the alternative would have been. But of course, like, for Elcon, it was probably big to know that Bren was able to clear those sections, so that you kind of see it in practice. That probably, like, eases the nerves a lot. But I feel like Elcon has been able to clear new sections on this map on his own as well. Started playing your campaign yesterday, really enjoyable, glad to hear. Hope it will stay that way. Why wouldn't it show on the leaderboards? So when runs on maps get past like the 7-hour mark usually, the run just doesn't register on the leaderboard. The reason, the obvious reason that people kind of assume it to be, is that the replay file size gets too big. And the leaderboard just doesn't register it because of that. The longer the run is, the more stuff the file needs to save, and the bigger the file size becomes. That is just like a thing that happens in Trackmania. It happens on like all kinds of maps, so the assumption is that it also happens on this map. But it might not be 7 hours, it might be 8 hours, or 9 hours, or 10 hours. It really depends what kind of a map in question. So there's not like a precise time when it breaks. First one you didn't really like was the water one. That's a tricky one. It's a very, so it's a tradition. Okay, so how I built my campaign, the whole reason was that the spring campaign last year was pretty bad. The official spring campaign. Most people agreed that it was not good. So I kind of like wanted to build my own campaign around that time, because I felt like I could do a better job, one, and also I kind of wanted to give people something to grind. Other dead turtle. Oh. Guess we'll see if a new run starts. But the main reason why the map 8 is kind of weird is because I tried to mimic the style of the official campaigns, kind of like have similar elements there. Hazard going to bed? Okay. Well, Hazard and Lars, I guess, will continue the battle in the next session still. But yeah, so in the official campaigns, usually map 8 is kind of like a different map, oftentimes a little bit of a weird map. No, that was the community campaign, Tal. So I tried to build something kind of different as well for my map 8, and I came up with the sand water thing. It kind of works nicely when you get used to the water entries. You need to release a little bit to not bounce on the water. Will you do a morning stream? I don't know, because after this stream I need to do like a bunch of stuff and it's gonna take many hours. So I'm not really sure if I'm able to. But yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Hey, it was a voluntary project, Kendo. Look, if anything, you were able to sign up for building scenery. Whereas in the Finnish Trackmania campaigns, you just send me a message that, okay, dude, you're building a map now. And then I don't have anything to say to that. So, if you want to talk about that kind of stuff, we can. Nah, it's fun building for FTC though. People leave. Thank you, Lawrence. Glad you are. Sami on a PB? Oh, Sami is also grinding now. Super cool. Back in the map. Yeah, I understand Hazard probably not super happy about not clutching the first run that got there. But honestly, it is difficult to do any kind of a jump that you haven't done before. So it's understandable that it happened, but of course, like, at this point, it doesn't feel good. But I feel like you need to be careful not to think about that run too much. Just need to focus on the fact that you get new runs going. So, Hazard missed. Missed this jump. So jumping over here. Didn't land this one. The same as Bren's first attempt here. That was the best attempt. So one-shot the dirt wall right though. And got the flip super clean. Got into the tunnel, but yeah. So after this jump, you land here. You go here. And then there's this beam, and this beam is definitely scary. But this is the last part of floor 16. Then you're in the ending section. This jump, trivial. This jump, trivial, and you've also seen 2 players already do this, so that makes it even easier to approach. This climb, not really hard. And the final jump, we've now seen 2 people do. Bren cutting it very close, like very, very close. Probably couldn't have spared any speed there on the attempt, but Elcon got a little bit more speed, and now Hazard has some runs to look at to get the ideal speed for the jump. So it is close, and I understand that it's frustrating, but Maybe there's still time. Lars probably getting some rest right now. So, we'll see. If you have an infinite amount of time, how long would you estimate it would take you to reach the top? I was guessing like with the practice floors and everything, I think like a combined grind of maybe 500 hours. I feel like that's a safe estimate. You like the scenery of the seasonal campaign? Do you think it's easier to get 80 on those maps right now? Do you mean the current spring campaign? The official one? There's like a couple difficult ones, I think. Couple difficult. Okay. Usually like the final map, 25, is kind of tricky, and 15 oftentimes, for whatever reason, is also kind of tricky usually. But I feel like they're pretty fair in this campaign, overall. Like, there were a couple campaigns where they really overcooked the author medals. Some specific ones, especially. I feel like this campaign is maybe a bit more balanced. It'll take me less time than the last year campaigns to get all author times. It is true that not many people do read the pinned comment, though I guess we wouldn't know, because they read the pinned comment and then they don't ask the question. So, you know, I think it's still useful to have. But not everyone reads, that's for sure. That's fair. Do you think a complete Trackmania beginner would be able to finish this map within a year? Nah. Maybe if you play like 12 hours every day and you don't play this map, but you practice absolutely everything from like different surfaces to different techniques, and then you grind the practice floors every single day, and by the end of the year you have like 4,000 hours in the game, like maybe then. But even then, it's kind of pushing it, I think. Yo, Ravo, thank you for the 11 months. Do you just want to play the map for fun, or are you determined to finish it? Kind of for fun, I suppose. I actually feel like a map like this, you can sort of approach this kind of a challenge in a different way than just like, it's not necessarily like 0 or 100, you know? It's not necessarily like you finish the map or you lose kind of thing. But you can like feel some sense of achievement by just reaching a new floor or reaching a new section. So, you know, I can play this for a little bit. I feel like reaching floor 6 on this version would be actually pretty nice. That was not fast enough. I don't even know what this is. Do I go back to floor 0 from here? Oh, yeah. Front wheel landing? Oh, that's maybe too far, though. Oh, god. Usually front wheel landing, but so that the car is not upside down. That's, like, the safest way, but I air brake too late. Oh, well. Floor 6 would be... I think it's... What's the height again? By the way, Elcon has the height world record. That's the important thing, yeah. Actually, exactly top 200 on floor 4. I think floor 6 is somewhere here. It would be like top 75 or so. I'm not 100% sure which height starts floor 6. Is it 73? Yeah, okay. So it's the 630 or so. It is kind of wild to think, though. Like, you know, getting to floor 3 already makes you top 1% player on this map. And floor 3 is not that high up compared to the rest of the map. I suppose we will try to get some rest pretty soon as well. I'll need to do a bunch of Trackmania stuff off stream, so I'll try to get those done. And then tomorrow, I guess we hope that we catch Lars's or Hazard's attempts. Could be that tomorrow it's all over. Elcon, Protector. Good night, Kazu, and no problem. Yeah, when I actually looked at the replay, I think it was like 20 speed or so at the end, but yeah, it's extremely close because basically the slower you get, the less you're also ascending, obviously. So it's extremely close for Bren. Elcon had a little bit more. Elcon had like 45 speed when crossing the finish line. So yeah, I mean, honestly, if Bren had like 5 less speed in the entry, so instead of 283, we would have like 278, that would probably not finish the run. So it's like, it happened, but goddamn. Yeah, the game freeze is pretty normal when you finish a long map though, so I feel like players know that it's going to happen. Like, yeah, the lag is a good sign actually, because it means that the game is registering your run. It's kind of like saving the run. So if you don't get the lag, then that's actually much scarier. Trackmania players are kind of used to this kind of thing, but for newer viewers it might seem very off. A little bit frightening. Trying to find a good way to aim this, but okay, that'll do. It would have been, yeah, super painful. Honestly, like, I know that a lot of people might have like the storyline where someone does fail, the drama of someone failing the final jump. But I'm so much happier that it's going this way. It's not an easy jump at all at the end. But it's not maxed out, fortunately. I think Bren did say that he wanted to grind the map at some point. Of course, that might have changed. Can we just see someone fail the final jump on like the checkpoint version or something? Maybe we just do that, yeah? Would that be sufficient? Bren only wants to do a clean run. Okay, I mean that's kind of a speed run though, right? No. You guys are brutal. Yeah, all the practice floors and the 2 checkpoint versions will come out after the top 3 has been decided. I think most things are ready already. Whoops. Yeah, like on like day 7 or yeah, that would have been fine. Still like, you know, painful, but at this time every one of these players deserves to just end the map, you know? Not sure about the Plexity. Plexity plans to show floor 13 strats. Need to ask Plexity about it. Too slow, I feel. A bit too far to the side. Oh no, this is gonna miss the road as well. Oh, it doesn't. But of course it's a dead turtle. Okay. We might call it a day. I'll try one more time and then I think we will jump back in tomorrow again. Are there still undiscovered shortcuts, and will those get revealed by the mappers? Floor 13 definitely has something that we haven't seen. TU, NZO. I don't think the other floors really have like undiscovered strats or... I mean, undiscovered strats, sure, like different ways to do the sections, but no like shortcuts or anything. I don't think so. But like Plexity has already promised to show what the strats are on floor 13. And maybe there's even something that Plexity doesn't know about. Oh yeah, I think so as well, Dado. Like for me it's... like when I built for Khaki, for example, if I built like a secret map or something, or for any like competition or anything, I really always want to talk about those maps. Like there's always so much cool stuff that you do during the building process, and then you can't for like a month or two. So it's gonna be, I think, a lot of fun for the mappers to be able to finally reveal what they, what kind of fixes they had to do and stuff like this. Core as well would be cool to show everything, talk about everything, but I don't think it's in the best interest of the map. I would imagine Virtual will make a main channel video about Deep Dip too. There's gonna be a whole bunch of DD2 recaps and documentaries. Don't think we need to worry about that. Thought about making something a little bit smaller scale with all the, like, sort of progression about the map. Like some full world record progression, probably like a more cinematic video. Not really like a documentary style. I think that could be pretty fun, but I'll need to see how it works. I have some ideas. Elcon got second place. This jump is still so scary, actually. Hazard was close today, but no finish yet. Do you know if they plan on any more floors for shallow dip versions? I don't think so. I think the whole plan behind the shallow dip is that it's also like a smaller scale version of the tower. Because, you know, if it's meant for newer players, then that means that it can't be 16 floors high no matter what it is. Here we go. Okay, let's make this the last run today. I think this works. It would be cool to have like a full shallow dip version for like more intermediate players, maybe. But it would be so much work to do like 10 more floors in that that kind of a way, because, you know, you need to change like almost every single part. And even like some of the tricks would be really difficult to nerf as well. I'm not really sure how that would work. Like the wheel hang, I don't know if it would be possible. I mean, maybe. Okay, I'm definitely improving on this jump. Now just this one. Need to aim it properly. Kinda know the aim as well. I think I need to take a little bit less speed, maybe. Yeah, the checkpoint version is going to be like a good compromise. So, like, right there. Still a little bit too much, I think. Like, I can't do a super clean turn. That is good. Landing. Nice. Yeah, maybe the other direction actually would be a little bit easier. It's actually a good point. Yeah, that would make sense. Maybe I'll switch to that. True. I haven't seen this jump in a while because I've only been watching the higher floors. You could make like a... Yeah, you could actually make like a mega pool below the wall hang. That gets you straight back to the wall hang beginning. That could be like a good compromise, actually. Not a bad idea. Yeah, floor 3, not even 3 weeks ago, more like 4. Too far? Good work. Good line. Yeah, it would still be so much work, I guess. maybe, you know, I mean, it doesn't stop someone else from doing it, I guess. If someone wants to, just ask for permission and make like a big shallow dip. Maybe it would be possible. Looks good to me. Sideways. Yeah, everything is very... It's still about the small details, right? Like every single trick. You can fail absolutely anything by just doing something slightly wrong. Just that when you develop enough muscle memory and understanding on these tricks, you can kind of just fly through them. Oh, that was weird. Okay, I'm not going with this. That was a weird plastic moment. That is not something that happens on ice. Like, you can't approach this as if it's ice, even though it has the, like, wet icy wheels. I suppose here I only have wet wheels, so it kind of makes more sense. But that's still not good. Yeah, there's going to be a separate leaderboard for the checkpoint version. Anytime you make changes to a map and you save it, it's going to be a different map. It's gonna have its own leaderboard. Oh, okay. Okay, I slowed down a little bit. It's scary to do on this kind of a section, but it worked out. Okay. Hello Yek, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Thank you, thank you. Let's see. I'm on my final run of the day, but... Was chilling. Sounds good, sounds good. Is anyone close to Hazard and Lars in 5th? Schmaniel has been making it to the floor 16. NGSA tournament? Sounds good. Here we are. Hello JJ. Hey cheers Yik. It's fun to discover the map like this as well. I actually did get PB. I haven't really PB farmed in this section. I've made this jump. Bren was first, yes. Oh, whoops. I don't really need the full speed for this. There we go. And then into the uphill. There's no good camera for that. But that worked. So then... I think you just line up here. And... Oh, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to get the gear. Okay, it did work. I think I'm supposed to get it. This is an actual PB now, yes. So then the quarter pipe, and I kind of know how this works, but I'm probably gonna fail it on the first time. So I need to set it up very wide, and then jump very precisely here. This is a tough one. But let's try it. Let's try it. Gonna go from here. Okay, I don't know how to start this, but this works well enough. Very wide. Oh, a little bit too much. Yeah, it's so strange. Like, it doesn't feel like a normal line because you're going downhill. It's weird. Well, as I said, you need to get used to that a little bit. So I need to set up a little bit differently. That slight downhill. But it was a decent run. Getting that wall ride took like a full day or two for the others as well, and figuring out the proper strat there took a while. Players are still failing it too, so I think that's gonna be like the hardest part of floor 4 for me to get as well. Oh hey, not bad. Did I climb at all on the leaderboard? Top 188, not bad. It's pretty solid. For how long did I play this for? 4 days? I think 4 days, yeah. Or is this the 5th day? I'm not sure. Not terrible. Yeah, when you get to floor 5, there's another big choke point. Or actually at the end of floor 4, I think all of these like 96, 97, 98, those are at the end of floor 4. So 99, 500 as well. So when you get to like 505, 507, I think, pretty sure that's gonna be floor 5. So reaching floor 5 almost top 100 already, which is crazy. Because there's quite a few players. 24,500 players used the plugin. So however many tried the map. Not sure. But it's looking good, and it's fun. Fun to try to discover these. Kinda getting the player experience to an extent. But okay, I think we might be done for the day. Maybe tomorrow the event ends. Today, of course, has been the biggest day so far for Deep Sleep. But well, the event is still going on. Still going. It seems like Sammy is playing. I think we can go there.
Maybe.
Sammy has been such a beacon of positivity during this entire thing, and now is back on the grind. Seems to be maybe on a PB run as well. Potentially. Kinda looks like it might be the case. So I think that would be a good place to go. Yeah, I can't wait for the post-Deep Dip era. It's been kind of exhausting, yeah. Yeah, Sammy is still playing, still pushing. Checking some floor 12 strats, so I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, thank you very much guys for tuning in. We'll continue tomorrow. I'll see what time I can start, because I do need to spend the next few hours doing Trackmania stuff